T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. We have some really cool stuff to cover today. Holy smokes. Are you ready, boo-boo? Are you? Okay, let's check it out. Let's go over this morning's technicals. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff. All right. What do we got over here? Short exempt volume is at 275.8K. This is not the good stuff yet. I'll get to the good stuff. I'll let you know when I'm getting to it. It's not quite there yet. Give me a second. Short exempt volume 275.8K. Day over day price increase 4.12. That's 2 days in a row that we've had a price. I'm going to go ahead and count because the day before today was 6%. That's an average of 5 between the two. I'm going to go ahead and count it. We are 2 days now that are 5% averaging over. We're in the running for a third day. So if we have another green day today over 5%, I would count it as a third and it'd be green. We'll have to see what utilization changes to. I haven't changed that one yet. Moving down below that, dark pools have traded so far 54% into the. Oh, nope, sorry, I haven't traded anything into the dark pools yet. That's actually the fourth one down. Nothing into the dark pools in the pre-market. Moving down below that, just below me, is the estimated short share interest is 18%, which is down by about 1% from yesterday. We'll cover some of the more of the Ortex data here in just a little bit as it updates. 127.7 million shares owned by institutions, and this is the good part. I've incorporated the columns so that they have titles at the very top, so you can see what they are. I don't know why I hadn't had that in there from before, but it's in there now. So you'll notice the strike price is running down the middle. Let's check out our open interest and see how much it's changed by. As of yesterday, on the call side, $40 options were the highest with 35.7. That has increased to 42.3 thousand options. You'll see where I'm going with this in just a minute. 42.3 options. 42.3 thousand options set up for $40 strike price. At $145, I'm not going to scroll down to it. I went ahead and wrote it down earlier this morning for you. It's at 67. It increased by about 1,000. It went from 66 to 67. So we got a bunch of lottery. We got about 67,000 lottery tickets set up for $145. So that's quite a few. Now here's the other side of this. The put side has a $25. The highest amount of open interest was 62.6 OI as of yesterday. It is now down to 53.6. They're covering their positions. They're covering the positions that they have open this week. You'll see why that's really important here in just a second. Just 1 second here. 62.3 down to 53.6. That's pretty big. They're worried. That is definitely a sign worried that there's a double-edged sword that they're dealing with right here. And let's look at that. Let's look at this double-edged sword. I will switch us back over to the main page real fast, and I'm going to drag across, and we'll take a look at Stonk Tracker, because this is what's really gonna pump you up. Oh, that was funny. Brought my video screen up. There we go. Okay. Look at this open interest, guys. On the call side, there's 104,000 options in the money. There is 286,000 options out of the money on the put side. That's massive, guys. It's 3-to-1 ratio. They're not leveraged. If they're not leveraged, they run risks of having a gamma squeeze. So here's the problem. This is the conundrum. If they hedge for the against their puts, then they're gonna have to cause a massive price increase to the stock. A massive price increase. It could just absolutely launch this thing just into the next galaxy. If they don't hedge, then they start to have to cover with failure to delivers. So it's a double-edged sword. They're walking a very thin line that they have nowhere to go. They don't want this price to move up. They don't want it to move down. They want it to just kind of hold, because if it goes down, they're going to get screwed. They're going to have to borrow a lot of shares in order to bring it down. In order for them to leverage against the puts that they currently have out that are out of the money, they would have to raise the price, and that's just going to be absolutely disastrous for them. It's a no-win situation. They have nothing to win from going either direction. They just don't want this price to move at this point, and it's still continuing to move up. So they are in a very dangerous position right now. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the market. 4,861 decliners to 1,920 advancers. The NASDAQ is down in the pre-market almost 1%. Dow Jones is down 0.77%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.66%. The heat map still strong for pharmaceuticals and health, and everybody else sucks. It is a super precarious position that they are in. Robinhood is down to $46 now. They're up in the pre-market right now of 1.82%, but overall they're down. Amazon is up a quarter. Cinemark is up about 1%. Dogecoin is down 0.5%. Gotta sneeze. Hold on a second. Excuse me. GME is down 0.39%, and we are up about 0.5% in the pre-market. We had a really interesting morning this morning. I was kind of looking it over, going like, what in the world happened? So this is the start right here, kind of this point. And right off the bat, it dropped down to 36.75, which is about 35 cents down from where we ended the day yesterday. Then immediately it spiked back up from there, recovered from that, and then kind of dipped back down, and then had climbed back up even more up to 37.50. So like a good 40 cents, 35 cents above where we closed yesterday. Then it just kind of did this, I don't know, just kind of some sideways trading for a little bit, and then kind of came down and then came back up, and we're now just 21 cents over where we ended yesterday. So it's doing some weird things. Volume is at 62,000 shares traded this morning, which is higher than we have had in the last few mornings. It's funny, I was saying yesterday at this point in time that it was appearing to me like we were going to have volume almost exactly the same as the previous day. And sure enough, 86.5 million was what it was on Monday. Tuesday was 86.692. So it was I was absolutely correct. Our volume was almost dead on. It was off by like 200,000 shares traded more than the previous day. So I nailed it. My volume prediction for the day was 75 to 95 million shares right here. I'm going to ever so slightly change that for today based on what we're kind of looking like right now to 80 to 100. Now it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, because like I said before, the hedge funds have a sword to fall on right now. And they have to decide which side of the blade they're going to fall onto, because it's not a pointed blade that they're falling onto. It's a double-sided blade. If they raise the price, then they're screwed. If they lower the price, they're screwed. They want to fall on the flat side of the blade, so to speak. So if anything, they want the price to just kind of stick right where it's at, maybe slightly down, maybe slightly up. So it'll be interesting to see where we move today. You can already see, let's zoom in on this just a tad bit. You can see in the order book that there's currently a sell wall at 37.50, meaning they're trying to keep us from preventing us from moving beyond 37.50. So there is that. Also, I want to go back over here to the stats page. You know, I didn't give credit to Duncan. Well, actually, Duncan missed it just ever so slightly. So Adam, who's filling in for John, he's the only one that got a point. Man, I'll tell you what, Duncan missed it by 6 cents. It was so close. I want to give it to him, but I can't. It's just the way the rules work, man. Um, it was so close. So I'm going to increase John's tally while I'm at it right now to 1, and that's Adam that's actually doing it. Adam is filling in for John this week. John is indisposed, predisposed. I'm not sure what he's not available. So there's that, and I'm going to up John's number for his correct price predictions on his main page. Man, Duncan, you were so close. So close. It hurts. But yeah, anyways, I updated John's total predictions up here to 10. Yeah, that was a great prediction on Adam's part yesterday. I'm gonna have a hard time deciding what's gonna happen to the price because I feel like they're not gonna fall on the flat side of the sword today. I do think that they're going to take a position. I'm just not sure which. One thing I do want to note to you guys is that the total amount of shares borrowed yesterday ended at 4.74 million shares returned. So this brings up some very interesting points and something that we need to look at Ortex. There's some data in here that's going to kind of lead me to believe possibly what their position might be in the future. So let's go ahead and check out Ortex. We're about 15 minutes early, but hopefully they've updated. I'm like way beyond excited and wanting to see what the Ortex data has to hold or to offer to us. Let's see if it has indeed changed. It has changed. Okay, good. Let's take a look at this data. All right. Utilization did drop. So I was expecting that to happen, especially with the amount of shares that they returned yesterday. 4.74 million shares returning would definitely make your utilization drop. So let's do a little maths. I like doing maths. I like just saying maths. Let's see. So the shares on loan decreased by quite a bit. It went from 109 to 105. Million shares. So that's that's your 4.74 million shares returned. So let's do these maths here and see how many shares are available to borrow and how many are left to borrow. So 105.97 divided by 0.9049. This gives us the total amount of shares available to borrow. That decreased our total amount from yesterday from 119 down to 117.1. Okay, now if I just subtract the current amount of shares on loan, you know what, I did something wrong here. I want to do this a little bit differently. There we go. I want exact numbers. Okay, 117.1. I still got the same number there. And now I'm going to subtract 105,970. I want to get as close to exactly as possible, even though I know that 0.97 is not the exact amount. Oh gosh darn it. Did I miss a 0? I know I did. This is why I don't math in front of you guys. Minus 105,970. Alright. Is that really right? That can't be right. Where's my math wrong? 3, 6, 9, 3, 6. Oh, that is right. Okay. I had the right number from before, and I just didn't realize it because I didn't think that it looked right. So the available amount of shares available to borrow has increased from basically 9.853 to 11.136. I did that wrong. My brain's still waking up. You can tell. All right. So there is 11.136 million shares available to borrow for a total of 117. So that number is dropping, but they're returning more shares. So this is the problem. They borrow shares. They borrow shares in order to cover for failure to deliver, which is the can that they're kicking down the road. But if they start returning shares in mass quantities, then basically what they're doing is they're causing the on loan amount to go down, which is reducing the amount that they're having to pay for on loan. But here's where it gets kind of weird. If I pull this stuff over here and we look at on loan average days, that number is not going down. And if the on loan average days is not going down, then its old loans are still accruing time. So they're covering on new loans, not old loans. So this number is still increasing. So we're seeing a divergence of on loan amount, but the old loans are still out there. Have we seen that in the past where there's a divergence? I'm looking for it, and I mean, here's a divergence right here. Here's definitely a divergence right here before this price increase. A massive divergence right here. Look at this huge divergence when we had the price when we had the price hike up in June. But it was after we started having the price hike up, not before. So it wasn't like a sign that of an incoming event. I feel like there's something to be said here, though. I do feel like that there's an indicator here pointing towards the fact that they're only covering current loans, more current loans than they are covering past loans, which causes, this is what I'm talking about. This will cause their failure to deliver to skyrocket. So you'll end up having something that looks like this right here, this huge spike. And that's what we want to see. We want to see something like that. Let me see here if there's another divergence. Okay, notice this. See this divergence right here? Here's a divergence between the two. Let me see if I can zoom in on this ever so slightly. Okay, it's becoming more apparent now, isn't it? Do you see the divergence between these two? It's the opposite direction though. The on loan average per day went down and the on loan went up. And right after this divergence of the two, you had a huge spike up in price. We're seeing the opposite of that though. We're seeing on loan going down and average age per day going up, which is more like this spot right here. This is what we're seeing right here. And there was a price increase there, a smaller one, a smaller price increase. So let's check out in June what happened just before June. What kind of divergence do we have there? The one we're seeing right now. But it happened, the divergence for this one happened after the price increase in June, not before it. So just just note that you can see that there's some kind of signal here. There's a signal between on loan drops and on loan average age per day, meaning the older loans are staying on loan. Now you can see the divergence is only for what, 1, 2 maybe days here before they start to start tracking and merging again. Let's go back a little bit and see the one from before. How long did it take for that one? Yeah, again, divergence was, actually I want the one that was in our, looking like how we're looking right now. Yeah, so the divergence here was, it was 1 day, it went down, but then it went back up again. So this is almost maybe like this was like a misreporting in here, because this would be the trend. So it was like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 days of a divergence before, maybe, yeah, maybe about 4 days of divergence before it started tracking back together again, and then actually recrossing over. So yeah, this is something to look at, guys. I mean, the fact that we're having this divergence right now, I think this is definitely a signal. We crossed over. They're allowing the old loans to the old failure to delivers to exist, while they're covering for the current ones. So this is going to make our failure to deliver start to spike. Oh wait, I wanted to go back to a spot so you could see what it looked like with the failure to delivers. Okay, so here's our crossover here. Let's put the failure to delivers back up. There was a big spike right here where we had the divergence. The one that looks like more like our divergence didn't really have a spike up in failure to delivers though. Right here. Actually, the failure to delivers spiked just before it. This is big here though. Here's where we had, okay, so zooming in on this just ever so slightly. So here's where we have a divergence very similar to what we're having for divergence right now, where on loan dropped drastically, right? It went from let's see, on loan from 138 all the way down to 54, and our on loan average age per day went from 50.19 all the way up to 57. And then we had, this was right around the time where we had our massive price increase, or right after we had our massive price increase. And then we had, a huge amount of failure to deliver days in here, like very several days, which is where it ended up putting us on the reg show. So there's definitely something going on here. We're having a huge divergence between the on loan and the on loan average age. And SI did decrease during that time too, when the divergence happened, which is what we're seeing right now as well. Interesting stuff. Interesting. There's some very interesting things happening here, guys. With my years of experience looking at charting, I would tell you that, you know, I would say that I have an out of control process and that something needs to be tweaked to get it back into control. Now how I look at things is a little differently than how hedge funds would look at it. Hedge funds would look at it as, well, they would look at it from my position. From our position as apes, we would be looking this going like, when we see disturbances like this, or when we see an out of control process, that's good. That's good for us because it means that they're out of control. My job would have been from like a hedge fund position and trying to keep things in control. And so this is an out of control situation. Wow. Alrighty. Um, that gives me, so I kind of had this opinion leading into this week that we were going to see a nice good green Monday, but I thought every day after was going to be either neutral or down day, and that didn't end up happening yesterday. And I think this explains why it didn't happen. I think this gamma squeeze is potentially disturbing what would have happened, the synthetic price failure. Yep, interesting stuff going on here, guys. I am superly pumped about what's going to happen here in the next few days. It's going to get hot and heavy. Let's check out some of the news here. Let's see what the news is saying. Seven communication service stocks showing unusual option activity in today's session. This unusual options alert can help traders track potentially big trading opportunities. Traders often look for circumstances when the market estimation of an option diverges away from its normal path. Unusual trading activity could push option prices to hyperbolic or underperforming levels. Below are some instances of unusual options activity happening in the communication sectors. AMC is on one of them, but it says bearish. Okay. So it's saying about AMC, we observe a call option trade with bearish sentiment. It expires in 3 days on August 20th. Parties traded 200 contracts at $37 strike. The total cost received by the writing party or parties was $38,800 with a price of $194 per contract, $194 per. There were 13,058 open contracts at this strike prior to today, and today 20,188 contracts were bought and sold. It says bearish, but I think that's actually it seems to me more like a bullish. I think people are collecting their money on their contracts for $37 strike price. Which makes sense. If we spiked up to 39 yesterday, at some point, those guys were in the money quite a bit, and once they saw the okay, so this would be the bearish outlook, right? Like this is why they're calling it bearish. Say for example, you bought a $37 strike price. You saw the price hit up here at 38.77, and it starts to drop, and you sell your contracts because you're afraid that maybe you're not going to be in the money anymore. So you start selling your contracts in these areas in here where it's still in the money. And then all of a sudden it drops down here to, 35.85. That's the bearish, right? That's the bearish move right there. But as we all know, it ended up back up in the day, and in the aftermarket hours is up as well. So I would look at this news as old news. It's kind of talking about what happened, but not necessarily about the future. And if we look at it too, it says that there was how much does it say? It says that there was 13,000 at a 37 strike. So if we come back over and we look at our 37 strike, there is currently 15.9 thousand open contracts, the open interest that is available there. So it's more than what they're talking about in their article. Interesting. Looks like GME's got some news. Let's see what I have. I don't see anything. I don't see anything that important. Kind of just covering all the news. Okay, so let's see where we at here. We're going to move back to the main page. If we see more shares continue to come in today, I would expect another green day today. So that's what we're going to be watching out for. We want to see more shares being traded back, because if they are being traded back, then that means that they're covering current on loan shares and not the old ones, which is that divergence. It's going to cause more of a divergence, which is going to be, I think we want to see more of that divergence between the on loan and on loan per average day separation, and that means basically more of a price increase. More of a price increase means that the more call options are going to be in the money and more puts are going to be out of the money. They don't have a whole lot left, honestly. Pulling this back over and looking at it, there's only 41,946 puts that are in the money currently, so there's not a whole lot more that can go down. Yeah, this is getting nasty. The failure to delivers increased day over day. Oh no, that's the 30th still. That's the reporting from the 30th. Dark pool percentage traded yesterday, 66.1% traded in the dark pools. The short percentage was 51.4. So there's some, yeah. Still trying real hard to keep this the price down. It's a pretty high number. I believe it was 64 here. Do I have it written down still? Yeah. 64.71. Where they're missing this information, I wrote it down from the dark pools, and 64.1% is what this number was. So day over day, we have like a 2% increase, almost 2. Man, I'm excited. I'm getting goosebumps in a hoodie. That's how excited I'm getting. You're excited when you get goosebumps in a hoodie. The only time I get goosebumps in a hoodie is when I see my wife. She's so pretty. I love her to death. Wow. I'm really at a loss for words right now, honestly. I'm a little bit in shock. I feel like I'm witnessing something that since I've started tracking this data, I haven't seen a gamma squeeze actually like happening live. And I feel like that's what I'm seeing right now. The beginnings of a gamma squeeze. And it's neat. It's neat to see what's happening. I'm trying to think about what kind of price prediction I'm going to have for today. I still have like another hour and a half before I even have to come up with anything, but I don't even know where I would begin, because there's look at the order book. Look at those ones in there. Do you see how they're stair stepping it down by putting a bunch of ones in there? The spread right now between the bid and the ask is about 7 cents. So they buy up their own bids, buy up the shares, and then drop the price to the next value. But all those ones and those short single-digit number ones are probably their shares that they're just using to step the price down with. That's pretty crazy. 18% short share interest. Huh. Interesting. Let's look at some of our other technicals. On a 30-minute interval, we are currently at 60.04, so we're not overbought. It is on the high side, but not overbought yet. On a 5-minute interval, we're at 57.21, so about the same thing. Checking out our 1-hour trend, still have a nice George W formation kind of happening there. Well, guys, I gotta say, I feel like maybe I was a little off. Maybe we are a week ahead of where I thought we were. And, this could be the beginning portions of like the first week before the gamma squeeze. Oh, dang it. Sometimes you just gotta delete it and recreate it. Oh, I see it now. There we go. So I'm kind of drawing off of this touch point and that touch point. That's kind of rough. This is a bearish indicator, meaning that at some point this is going to descend out of this channel. Let's kind of go in on a 1 minute and see what it looks like. You know, you can't even see it on a 1 minute. That's how we're trading like way inside. It's like a massive ascending channel, and we're like right smack dab in the middle of it. If we were to stay in this channel for the day today, our price, I guess this is going to help me a little bit maybe in figuring out what price prediction I'm going to come up with for the day. Oh my gosh, but the spread is so high. We could finish as high as, we could spike pretty early on and hit like 39. And then end the day, somewhere closer to, that upper range of $39 today. That would be actually perfect. If we stalled out at 39 and then went into Wednesday and just absolutely blew through this with a gamma squeeze, that would be beautiful. I think I'm going to put price prediction down right now tentatively for 37 to 39 or 37 to 40. Volume's increasing. Let's move back down on the 1 minute and see what it's looking like here. Yeah, it's hard to really tell based off of what we got here, but I mean, it is ever so slightly increasing. We got a double top off of 3750, so we're testing off that. I'm going to go ahead and keep my Fibonacci. I was going to change them back to where I had them from before, because most of my Fibonacci retracements are for upper movement heading into the 40 range. But since I think that may be where we're heading for this direction today, I'm going to keep them in there so we can see what our levels of support and resistance are. Might as well just change my numbers for today because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be pretty doggone close to what I'm saying here. Yeah, my spread for today, the price prediction on the close today is going to be 37 to 40. Which if we open up above 37 will put me neutral for the day. Let's head back to the stats page and take away our oops. Taking away the indicator next to our names in the price tally prediction, or price prediction tallies rather. There we go. Man, Duncan was so close yesterday. I feel for you, man. I've been there a couple times myself. Doge is getting the dump. There was an article that I wanted to cover with you guys that I had found last night, and of course I probably won't find it again. Let me refresh my AMC news and see if it pops up on there. No, it didn't. Let me see if I can find it on my phone though, real quickly, because I may have saved it on here. Mm-mm. I didn't save it. It was an article about how I think there was a lawsuit against Specs. John, welcome to the channel. I see your question. That wall at 3750 has been there since pre-market open. Hope we bust through there soon. Yeah, me too. Sorry for not seeing your statement earlier. 3750 is something we need to. We'll probably push through it here. It's really strange. My feed is telling me I have 0 viewers right now, but obviously you're watching, so I don't know what's up with that. But welcome to the channel. I don't know if I've seen you here before, John. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I noticed that wall as well. It's at 5,900 now. But yeah, they obviously we've tested the wall once, twice, three, four times now, and tried to push through and haven't been able to. But you know what though? We have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming. 7 a.m. my time. It's probably 8. It's 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's a coin term that I have that I use. But you know, in about 11 minutes from now, we're going to see this nice big stick of volume, which is usually double the amount of volume that we have for the day so far in the pre-market. So we're almost at 100K. So you know, my hopes would be is that the pokey stick of volume for 7 a.m. is going to be about 100K. It might be a little less. It just kind of it varies a little bit from day to day, but it usually does double whatever our current volume is. And well, welcome to the channel, man. It's good to see new faces. Um, it's growing. Enjoy it while it's small. That's all I gotta say about the channel. The channel's growing, and I honestly didn't think that it would grow. I'm not hardly doing any advertising at all. Every once in a while, I'll make mentions on Reddit or something like that about the channel, but I just really am not promoting it, and it's still just kind of taking off. But I don't know if you saw the beginning. What do I think about the big funds and banks buying long on AMC in the last few days? I think they know what's coming. I think that they really know what's coming, and I honestly, so the beginning of this week, I had a prediction that we were going to have a down week. I in fact titled "Synthetic Price Failure Incoming." It's a term that I've kind of created. SPF. There's these fake dropouts that the hedge funds cause the price to dip by about 20%. But what I didn't see coming, and this is what I covered earlier this morning, is the massive difference. I'll pull it up here on the screen so you can see it. The massive difference in the money versus out the money puts versus calls. In the money, we have 101,000 options that are in the money. On the put side, we have 200, almost 3 to 1. It's almost a 3 to 1 ratio of puts that are out of the money. And if you know anything about what this means, this means that it's not leveraged. These out of the money shares or options rather are not leveraged correctly. And if you have a 3 to 1 against the put side, this is what I would think the beginning portion of a gamma squeeze would look like. So you mix that up with the fact that we have a bunch of hedge funds, or not hedge funds, a bunch of investors who are investing money into this and going long on this. Uh, you know, we're running into a situation where if the price continues to increase, it's going to be out of control. Because look how many out of the money options we have on the call side that can be in the money as soon as we start breaking some new numbers. You know, I can pull up the options page here for you and show you what I'm talking about. So I haven't refreshed this, and there's no need to because this is all open interest. But if you look on the right-hand side, they've got active positions. The total institutional shares is down at the bottom of that. It says 127.7. That is slightly down. It was, I think, 134 earlier this week, which is okay though because this is overall way up from where we were at earlier this month. But below that is all the options, and you can see the open interest on the open interest side at those different strike prices. As we've up, if we hit 48, for an example, we have 42,000 options that go into the money at $40 strike. You know, and along the way, we've got 14 at 38, 8,000 at 39, and you know, this just at some point it starts to spiral out of control. And so this is a double-edged sword that the hedge funds now have to deal with, and they're trying to fall into the flat side of the sword. You know, because right now, if the price moves up, it's going to be absolutely out of control. It's going to be a gamma squeeze situation. If it goes down, if the price starts to fall down, then what we're going to end up seeing is that they're going to have their failure to deliver spike on them, because they're loaning shares to cover previous past failure to delivers, and they can't continue to do that if they're returning shares. And they did return shares in Puma in 39 to 43. Remind me what Puma means, Duncan. I don't remember. I can't remember what I know that means something. It's like they're screwed basically, right? 39 to 43. Let me draw the page down just a little bit for us so that we can see what the numbers are at a little bit lower or higher strike price rather. Not a whole lot to 43. I mean, there's 9,000 at 41, 7,000 at 42, 4,000 at 43. Yeah. There's a big chunk at 45. There's like 13K there. And if we were to happen to make it, look at this down here. I'm gonna draw it all the way down here. You start moving into the $50 range. You got 16,000. These guys right here are holding what I would call like the golden lottery tickets. You got 16,000 because I mean there is some way down at 145. There's 67,000 at 145, but you have 16,000 at 50, 14,000 at 60, 10,000 at 65, 16,000. I mean there's a massive amount, and it just stair steps. And this is this is a spiral out of control kind of situation. They literally have to fall on the flat side of the sword to save themselves, which is trying to keep the price even, which is so hard to do with institutional investors pouring in. And it's not just any institutional investors. These are institutional investors who are smart ones, like really, really smart ones. There was an article about this guy. You know, their company just dropped out. What was it? Ren Technologies dropped out like 75% of their position, or 100. I think it was 75% of their position in Tesla, and moved it into AMC. That's insane. They know something's cooking up. It's pretty obvious, I think. Um, you know, and the reason that I thought the synthetic price failure, or the 20% drop that we would see from what was our high before, 38.77. You know, the reason, which would be a drop down to $31, was because they had a bunch of puts that were out of the money that they probably needed to get into the money, but they can't get there. They can't get to 20. They can't get there. If they do, it's going to cause. They're going to have to borrow so many shares to get down to those kind of prices, that it's going to be nuts. They can't afford to borrow that many shares. I think that they're seeing that it's the right time. I think timing is everything for these guys, right? Like as an investor, you want your money to be liquid, right? You want to move your money to where there's things that are happening currently, or you know that they're happening over time, over long periods of time. This is an instance where like you see a lot of volatility in what's going on in a company, and you're like, let's just avoid the volatility part of it, and then when we see that something's about to happen, we'll jump in. We don't care what the price is because we got shit tons of money. We don't care. We'll just buy in whenever we buy in, because the ultimate end game is that, you know, whether you buy in at $35 or you buy in at $15, it doesn't matter, because it ends up hitting, you know, whatever price it ends up hitting, and they just make shit tons of money, and they just don't care. They don't care what price they get in at. Trying to time it is the timing is the issue for them. It's not about trying to get the best price. because they're making money on that money someplace else. Wherever it is that they have it invested, they're making money on it someplace else. Now, if I switch over to the market page here, you know, and you see that there's 4,861 decliners to 1,920 advancers in the market. There's not really a whole lot of safe places to be putting your money right now. And if we're the best looking deal that there is, uh, guess what? We get the money. Pharmaceuticals and health, those are doing pretty decently. But if you're not in pharmaceuticals and health and everything else, every other sector is pretty trash. Well, thanks, John. I appreciate that. I've gotten a couple compliments that have made my head swell up a little bit in the last couple days, and I got to keep myself in check. But I do appreciate the compliment. Stop by anytime. I'm here just to let you know because you're new. I am here from 6 a.m. my time, which is 7 a.m. standard. I'm Central Standard Time. I'm in Texas, and so I'm here from 6 a.m. until closing time of 3:30 every single day. So if you have any questions, uh, comments, or concerns, actually, I think it's 3. Is it 3 or 3:30? I can't even remember. I don't know. I do this every day, and I don't even know what time I get off. I think it's 3. But yeah, if you ever want to stop by, this is where you can come. The whole reason I started this channel was because I wanted to. Um, I was in search of a channel where I could go when there was live things that were happening, and of course TMI didn't have his channel running at the time. Um, Live, he had a job, but now he's doing a lot more live streaming. But I had already kind of set things in motion, decided to yeah, I stream the whole day. I have live vortex data. I have Fintel subscription as well, and I have level 2 book orders. And I love this little feature that I have set up here where I can just zoom in on the level 2 book orders, and we can kind of take a look at what's happening in detail. But anyways, I have all that data. If you guys want to come here, ask questions, see what's happening live, we can investigate things together. I'm typically on top of stuff. Like the other day, one of the really cool things that happened the other day was that um, Duncan, I believe, came in first. Duncan's one of my admins from Denmark, and he came in and said, "Hey, I'm having issues with Reddit," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm seeing it too." And so I was able to tell everybody a piece of information I think a lot of people didn't know, which is that Gangnam Style on YouTube is a place that you can go for comments. People have decided that that's kind of a place that we can kind of meet up at in case our communications get lost. And so it was really kind of cool because we went to Gangnam Style. We checked out, and sure enough, there everybody was making comments about how we had lost our ability to put information into Reddit and talk amongst ourselves. So it's good to have like backup places to go to find out information. But yeah, I'm doing the live stream Monday through Friday. Yep, the whole day, 9 hours. Yeah, so it is 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. my time every day, Monday through Friday. Uh, I'm new to investing, started this year and didn't know what I was doing and kind of just slowly drained my portfolio, but got into AMC at around 6. Wow, you got lucky. Yeah, you got real lucky there getting in at 6. Um, there's I don't really do a whole lot of technical analysis on a whole lot of other stocks. So if you're coming here to look for advice about other stocks, I'm not a financial analyst. I've spent 24 years of my life in the semiconductor industry and the engineering field, and so I'm really good at looking at chart and chart analysis. And that's just because of the nature of the job that I had. Um, I'm learning, and I'm learning with everybody who's here, and I think it's a lot of fun learning. The stuff that I've learned in the last 6 months is, hats off to Trey, man. That guy taught me so much. Uh, I learned more in the last 6 months or 7 months, however long we've been in this. I've been in since January I think it was 28th. Um, I've just learned so much, and it's I owed it to all YouTubers that came ahead of me. But I'm trying to fill a hole that I think that's missing. We did have our pokey stick of volume here. It was only 46,000 in volume. I would have expected it to be closer to 100, so it only moved us up to 155K. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and predict the volume today at 80 to 100 million shares traded for the day. That's what I think that's kind of the projection that I would put us on for the day. It might be on the lower side of that price or that volume prediction. Yeah, it sure did break through 3750. That, and it broke through 3750 when we had that volume spike at 7. It really helped it push through. Mm. And you know what, John? There's one thing you gotta do. You gotta check out every day in the morning when they first start the stream, and right when the market opens. I play a shuttle launch, and for days like I expect today to look like, it gives me goosebumps. I love seeing it. I love hearing the shuttle launch and watching the green just shoot up like it is right now. And I've decided in the past that whenever we do have huge spikes of a couple percent within a few minutes, that I'll do the launch during those times, which is kind of almost happening right now. Although I do kind of want to save the launch for later. I do take 3 breaks during the day. So if you ever come to the channel, I leave the channel running, but I put in the notes down below when I'll be back by. So if you happen to catch me during those times, you'll know when you don't see me on here that I'm just on break. Next week, the format's going to change ever so slightly for about a week. I am taking a road trip across half the United States, and I'm delivering my son from one military base to another. He's graduating out of his tech school in the military, and asked me if I wanted to do a road trip with him to go to his station base that he's going to be on. So I'm going to be doing short videos. There won't be live coverage Monday through Friday next week, but the following week I should be back by Wednesday at the latest. I would say that about a week and a half that you're going to lose me. Yeah, that's awesome, John. That's I have a similar work story as well. Only I did know kind of what I was doing when I got into AMC. Out of curiosity, did you buy AMC over GME for any particular reasons? If I had to assume, it would be because of the price point being more desirable. Uh, was it due to the price point that AMC kind of attracted you? Yeah, I know. I worry about that too, about it all being over. That won't happen. I can guarantee you that. I've done enough graphing and modeling of some of the other squeezes over history, and I think it will take longer than 7 business days for the squeeze to run its course. Yeah, it was price. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of us are all in the same boat. The whole reason that we're here is because of price. A lot. I bought my first 2 shares when I got into this movement. I just simply bought 2 shares of GME. It's all I could afford. I bought it in at $325 a piece. And the thing was is I had some other money that was in funds that I was waiting for the T+2 for the money to clear. as I sold my positions to get more into GME, and I started looking into things, and I was like, you know what, AMC seems like a much better price. In the long run, I think they have a better chance at longevity than GameStop does, and I was like, I don't know why I'm sinking my money into GME when AMC looks like a better position. And so I did. As soon as that money cleared, I repositioned my. I didn't reposition the GME. I actually kept the GME, but I took all that money and I repositioned it into AMC, and I've been AMC ever since. Yeah, man. I think so many of us have similar stories. And I feel for people who've gotten in at $50 and $60, um, because I think for them it may have. Well, I know it took a big toll on me when it went from when because I got in at like 14 on AMC, and then I started buying more as soon as it dropped under 10. So I kept averaging down. But I think, a lot of us we form our diamond hands through those tough periods of time where the price drops. And so the people who got in at 40, 50, $60 in June, um, I feel for those guys because um, I remember what it was like watching it go from 14 down to 5. It was rough. Watching two-thirds of your money just disappear was definitely rough, and it definitely formed the diamond hands that I have. So I guess I just feel for those people because I know how much it hurts. Every time I see one of those, I see somebody write, something on Reddit that says something like, you guys, you've already made your money, you're already in the money, and it's like, yeah, but you know what though, I'm losing a lot of money too when it goes down. But it's just that, we've lived through those really tough times where we're actually losing money, and that's why we can sit through these other times where we are down. And so those guys are, they're getting a chance to form their diamond hands before the actual squeeze. There's so much here, John. I have so much to offer to you. I can't possibly go through and touch on all of it. But I promise you that if you go to, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little bit of a hint. There's a new format on my channel now, where in the description, if you go back to one of my previous videos, and this is just starting this week, if you go back to my previous videos this week, you can see time points in the description where you can click on it and you can see certain subject matter. So whenever I talk about certain subject matter, I bookmark it, and that way people don't have to watch all 9 hours. That was one of the complaints that I was getting from people, is like, dude, love watching you, but can't be there for 9 hours. And I was like, I understand, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here for you to come and watch for 9 hours. I'm here for you to come here to have a place to go to talk amongst the community during the times where you have nowhere else to go. You have Reddit, but you don't have anything live. There's live chats in Reddit, there's Discord and stuff like that, but where's the technical analysis? And so that's what I'm providing. So if you go to the description box, you can look at those and you can see timestamps in there, and you can click on any one of those and see the subject matter for that period of time. And I'm going to try to do that every single day now, which reminded me that I did not set up my timestamps for today. But yeah. Starting this last Monday, I broke 100 subscribers, and so things are going to start to change. They started changing. I started getting a little more professional looking, and I'm making it easier on people to navigate. I'm writing out my timestamps right now. Eventually I want to get to a schedule, and I haven't really decided what I want that schedule to be. I want to have like a daily schedule of like technical analysis on the hour kind of thing, or maybe technical analysis on the half hour. That remains to be done. I might do it after I get back from my trip from next week. I think that's kind of where I want to head. That way, that if you want to come and catch like specific technical analysis, like every half hour or something like that, when to come. To come on the hour or the half hour or something like that. But I take the breaks from 7:25, which is in about almost 10 minutes from now, until 15 minutes before market open. I do a little technical analysis leading into market open, and then I play my intro, and then some more technical analysis after that. I finish up kind of whatever I couldn't finish in the first 15 minutes, and then I kind of talk about like each day I kind of put up something. I say bring forth the gamma squeeze, today's title. I talk about a little bit about why I titled it what I did, and I try to cover and give people idea on what I'm seeing and what I think is coming. And then the rest of the day, usually I try to take break around 10:30 in the morning until 11:50. Sorry, 10:30 until 11:10, and then I take a break at 1:30 in the afternoon, and then I come back for like the last 50 minutes of the power hour of the day. Have I bought recently? My last buy was probably about a week and a half ago. I'm pretty sure the last time I bought was when it was like 29.75 or something like that. Let me pull up my fidelity here. I'll tell you when my last buy was. Activity and orders. History. I have not bought in the last 10 days because nothing popped up when I pulled that. Okay. 8.4 was the last time that I bought. And the price was 32.75. I thought I bought some at 28. I guess I didn't. Interesting. I could have sworn I did. Yeah, and I'm still buying along the way. I really thought I bought some at that. I wonder if, oh, I know what it was. I had a price point that I was looking for to hit, and it was 29.75, and it didn't quite hit it, and so I backed away from it. I should have bought some when it was down like 20. What was it down to? 29.40. Yeah, I think at my part, maybe it was 29.25. Maybe that's what my price point was that I was trying to hit or something like that, and it never quite hit, and then it took off after that. And I was like, dang it. So, but yeah, I haven't bought any since 8.4. I think it might be time to buy if we ever happen to go back down again. I have strategic points at where I buy, and sometimes it's during times where I feel like we're trying to hit like a special number like 801. I know I had some 801. I had some huge buys at 801, 1201. I had a lot of buys at specific times. I'll try to fight some moments, but then I also have price points that I kind of have purchases for. Vivamus moridum est. That must be some kind of Latin, and I don't know what it means, but that is really cool looking. Good morning. That's good to have you here. Unfortunately, you guys are coming in the last 10 minutes before I'm about ready to take a break. I usually take a break from 7:25 in the morning, which is about 10 minutes away from me right now, until about 15 minutes until market open. And so, I'm going to try and cover a little bit of technical analysis real quick before I leave. I do have a volume prediction every day. So if I got a lot of new people coming in here, I do have a lot of new people coming in. All right, so I kind of have to familiarize you guys to what's going on here. So let me start off with the other page here. This is going to be a little bit of a learning session for us here. So this is my tally mark page here. I don't have a schedule posted. That's what I was just talking about. I need to come up with a schedule for myself and post it someplace. It won't be this week, and it won't be next week. Probably 2 weeks from now, I'll have a posted schedule. But let's look at this real quick here, and I'm just going to familiarize with a couple of things. You'll see price prediction tally. I have 4 admins, who, myself included, Casey obviously in there. If you look at the Webull charts, you're going to see every once in a while you're going to see some lines. So you see the color coded line that's blue that's on the screen right now. Those correspond to our names. Every single morning, it used to be at between 7 and 7:15, but I've now changed it from 8 to 8:15. We come up with a price prediction, and it's a $3 swing. We give ourselves a $3 kind of price prediction. And it's just for fun. It has nothing to do with like this is, hey, we're definitely going here kind of thing. It's just for fun, for beers, for ice cream. You know, that just small bets between us, just to have fun. It keeps our minds fresh and allows us to, I think, really, it makes us focus on technical analysis. Now, you can't always use technical analysis for this for AMC. It just doesn't. There's just days where there's nothing you could possibly do to predict what's going to happen in the price. If you've been here for a while, you would know that I had a True Demon MOAS trigger indicators that are just below that. True Demon had a post on Reddit about 3 indicators, and it was actually something that I had found before I saw his post. And when he posted it, I was like, "Holy shit, this guy's onto something!" And he's saying it so much better. If you look him up on Reddit, True Demon, you'll find his posts about MOAS trigger indicators. But his 3 indicators are short exempt volume utilization and day-over-day price increase. Those are not talking about small jumps. This is talking about when we see these go green, we know for a fact that the MOAS is in play. Like it's just in play, no doubt, no questions asked. And I agree with them 100%. So that's why I've got it on my page. Dark pools by volume is underneath that. The problem with that is I have to update it in order for it to be accurate. So that's from earlier this morning. It's not accurate as to right this second. I haven't updated the page yet, so give it a chance. I do have Ortex below that. That is supposed to be live and reporting. I do have to refresh it on times, and below that is some more short interest and securities lending data underneath for Ortex. Top right hand side, you got active positions by institutionals. So at the very bottom of there, you'll see that total institutional share ownership is 127.7 million. And below that, you have all the options, not all of them, but the ones that I'm looking at. And I've already recorded all the open interest for this morning on my handy dandy little notepad. And so we'll continue to watch that. The title for today on the screen for today's stream is Bring Forth the Gamma Squeeze. This is really cool, guys. I mean, there's some really cool stuff that's that's kind of forming, and I've technically never seen this happen. So I feel like I'm experiencing this for the very first time, and it's actually really kind of cool to witness. But what you'll notice on the calls is that we have 101,000 options in the money, and we have 283,000 options out of the money on the puts. This is a 3-to-1 ratio, which means that they're not leveraging. And if they're not leveraging, then that means that this is kind of like the beginnings of a gamma squeeze. Because if they were to leverage, we would probably likely see the price go up. Because they have to get their money. And if they don't leverage, failure to deliver start to spike because they have to borrow shares to keep the price down. So there's a double-edged sword that they're falling on right now, and they're trying to fall on the flat side of that sword, which means that they got to keep the price where it's at. If it goes too far up, we're going to see a whole bunch of these out of the money shares start to become in the money, and the price is going to it's going to gamma squeeze out because it's they're going to be, the more that it goes up, the more money they're losing on these puts. So yeah, and they're scared. I'll tell you why they're scared. I'll put it up on the page here. This is my notepad. You'll see it from time to time. It's got a lot of different information on it, but down here under option line, support line, I got to get rid of this because I'm actually tracking this on Fidelity now. Our open OI for $25 puts decreased. It decreased today. It didn't increase, it decreased, which means that they've closed some of their put positions at $25. It's because they know they can't get there. If they know they can't get there, now's the time to close them, because if they let the price continue to move up, they're more out of the money. seeing them close positions, open interest positions at $25 is huge, absolutely huge. If you go to yesterday, you'll see that I had a title price synthetic price synthetic price failure incoming. I believed yesterday and the day before that we were going to have a decrease in price throughout the rest of this week after Monday. But because of this, because what I didn't see coming was these calls and put ratios. I didn't see that they were not leveraged, and because of that, they can't allow the price to fall, because if they do, they're going to have to borrow crap tons of shares in order to get the price to fall. Because everything right now, you have long positions up the yin yang coming in to buy right now, and so it's costing them, but they're returning shares. Yesterday alone, pulling back up my notepad, yesterday alone they returned, where is it? Right here, 4.74 million shares yesterday. That's a lot of shares to be returning. And so what we're seeing is a divergence between two different indicators. And let me pull them up for you here so you can see what it is that I'm talking about. This is really cool stuff. Come on, Ortex. Work with me. All right, check this out. This is the amount of shares on loan. This is the graph for the shares on loan. Oh, come on. Okay, here we go. This is the amount of shares on loan. This is the amount of shares, this new line is the amount of shares that are on loan per average per day. So it's like the amount of time that they've been on loan for. So we're watching on the amount of loans decrease, right? But we're watching the average age of the days that the shares have been on loan for increase, which means that the shares that they're returning are going towards new shares, not the old positions. That's massive, guys. That's superly massive. This is going to start to spike. This is really going to start to spike because the only shares that are going to be in existence are the really old shares that they have on loan. And as we know, due to what True Demon has talked about in the past, as this starts to spike, eventually it's going to have a drop like it did back here. When it has these kind of drops, this is where your failure to deliver start to spike up. Do you see that? Those are the failure to delivers. Here's this big drop in this number right here, the on loan average days. Look at the failure to delivers that spiked up during that time. This is when we went on Rake Show, right? This spike up, this divergence on loans going down, and the average age of the loans that are existing going up, is the divergence that happens just before. See the divergence right here? Is just before, or what happens around or during big huge price spikes. We're seeing the beginnings of a gamma squeeze. I'm excited. I'm pumped. I didn't follow this stuff like I'm following it right now in June. I'm following it way more intensely now than I ever have, and I'm pumped seeing these kind of things. It gets me really pumped up to see it. But having said that, I am at the time of hedge fund losses thus far. I do not have that. I do not have that information. I'm gonna have to go back and see what you guys are saying. Do you have a schedule? I don't have the schedule posted. Awesome. Do you have a okay? No, yeah, no guesstimate on hedge fund losses so far. I do not have that. I could try and find that information for you. But I am going to go on break. My wife usually gets home right around now from work, and I like to spend close to an hour. It's like 50 minutes I spend with her. So I will be back 15 minutes before market open. We'll do a little technical analysis leading into the pre-market, and then enjoy hopefully some amazing candlesticks going into the market open. So I'll see you guys here in a little bit. I leave the stream running, and I'll put stuff back up here for you. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here. Put my ugly mug back up on here on the screen. Let's do a little quick technical analysis. While you guys watch that screen, I'm going to refresh some of my other screens. Make sure everything is up to date. Dun-dun-dun. How's that dark pool volume looking? Interesting. You guys will see in just a second. My wife's singing in the background. Okay, guys. I got my pages refreshed. Let's check some stuff out here. Oh, yeah, I did not. You son of a gun. Ah, come on. Fidelity. 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 Always making me log in. Fidelity. Alright, let's try this again. That actually looks better. That's good. Oops. Okay, options are updated. Let's drag those options down to where they're important. Alright guys, let's check it out. Technical analysis before the day starts. Going to the stats page. Did I update utilization? I don't believe that I did. Oh my gosh, that was my bad, guys. Let me update utilization real quick here. 90.49. How did I not update that? 90.49. Okay, now it's all updated. Short exempt volume is at 275.8 thousand shares. It is not exceeding True Demon's MOAS trigger indicator. It is quite low, actually. It needs to be 3 million. Utilization is down. Why is utilization down? It's because they returned a total of 4.74 million shares yesterday. That's going to decrease your utilization. That's not anything to be unexpected at all. If you understand how utilization works, you just simply take the total amount of shares that are on loan, divide the utilization percentage, and it gives you your total amount of shares that are available to borrow. And so therefore, shares on loan is the percentage of utilization. It's the difference between how many are borrowed and how many are left. So currently speaking, looking at my little note tab here, we have 11.13 million shares available to borrow. The total amount available to borrow is 117.1 million. I'm not sure if I updated that yet or not today, but yesterday it was 9.853 million shares that were available or that were left to borrow, so it's decreased. So even though they returned 4 million shares, the total amount of shares left to borrow did not increase by 4, it only decreased by 2, or increased by 2. There's 2 more million shares to be able to be loaned. Day-over-day price increase went to 4.12, which is 2 days. Yesterday was a 6%. Today's a 4%. I'm calling it 2 days. So we'll have a green under True Demon's MOAS triggers indicators if we have one more day above 5%. We just need to see 5% or more today. So that's good. That's 1 out of 3 of the marks. If you look at the dark pools, it looks like 20.85% has been traded so far in the dark pools this morning. That's low. But, you know, of course, that's going to obviously change once the market actually opens and we have some real trading going on. 18% for short share interest of the free float. 18.09 to be exact. That's down about 1% from yesterday. The borrow amount for today so far, if you look in that box, it's just below me. It says today's changes, live updates. It says borrowed change. They have borrowed 112.4 thousand shares. I write that down on my notepad on the side because I like to know what it changes by, or how much it's changed since the last time I checked it. So I just wrote that down. And if you look at the very bottom down there, it says shares on loan. It's like bottom middle. 105.97 million shares that are on loan. And as we discussed earlier, the shares that are on loan are mostly older loans. We'll pull it up later on Ortex and we'll kind of cover that. Moving up to the top right, active positions, total institutional shares at the bottom of that box is 127.7. Watch for that to change. If we have more institutions coming in and buying more shares, you're going to see that go up. That's still up 10 million. It was up to 134 million. It did decrease a little bit from yesterday, from 134, I think, down to 127. But overall, for about the last week, I think we're still up about 10 million shares. And then options. Let's look at our options here. That really hasn't changed. It won't change until the market opens, and I usually check it around 9:45 in the morning. I'm sorry, 8:45 in the morning. 9:45 Eastern Standard Time. OI, the open interest is 42,000 open contracts at $40 strike price, and the $25 strike price is 53,000. Now 53,000 is actually down. I think it was 62 yesterday, and I'd have to go back and take a look at some of my video to watch and see what it was actually, but I'm pretty sure I know it was 60 something. So that means that they closed some of their put positions at the $25 strike price. And the only reason you would do that is if you didn't think you were going to make it and you didn't want to be, extremely out of the money, because there's infinite losses. So they covered their position, some of their positions. But what we really need to see, this is so important, guys. I can't stress enough. Let me pull up the main page again here. I'm going to pull up the market tab, but I'm actually going to pull over this. This is really important, guys. Super, super important. 101,000 options in the money. 283,000 options out of the money on the put side. This is not leveraged. It's a 3-to-1, almost a 3-to-1 ratio. So you've got a crap ton of unleveraged puts that are out of the money right now. If the stock price continues to soar upwards, you're looking at a gamma squeeze. It's classic. I mean, we've got 325 out of the money calls. If the price goes up, these start going into the money, and they start losing a crap ton of money over here. That's one edge of the sword. The other edge of the sword is if they continue to return shares like they've been returning to try and cover some of their on loan shares, then that's potentially going to allow the price to go up as well, because typically speaking, they have to borrow shares to drop the price, which means that failure to deliver is going to start to increase. So that's the other side of the edge of this sword. So pulling up Ortex and showing you on loan. Oh, come on, Ortex, don't do this to me now. I'm going to refresh it. This is our on loan. It's starting to drop, right? It was at 112 like 2 days ago. Went down to 109, 105. That's where we're at right now, 105. This is the on loan average age per day. You can't have the average age of a loan on day increasing unless the on loan decreasing unless you're only covering the new shares that are out on loan. Like some of the loans that you have that are still pending are really old. And so that's why you have this divergence. Now, the last time that we had a divergence like this, if you notice, I'm going to zoom in on it a little bit here. Look at this divergence right after we had the big squeeze where on loan average day went up and on loans went down. That's the same kind of divergence that we're starting to see right now. That's big. That's really big stuff. When you see divergences like these are patterns. These are repeating patterns that show you that something's happening. There's, I see this as an indicator that's showing us that there's some they're lacking in being able to cover during certain periods of time. So basically, this is where the failure to deliver start to happen, right? So the divergence happens here. Look at the shares, the failure. So this is the yellow candlesticks here are the columns of volume are failure to delivers. So you have the divergence right back here in June, and then you get the failure to delivers that start to happen, and they just start piling in. So here's and then they disappeared because they started covering by borrowing shares, right? That's how they did it. You see the borrow rate starts going up, and they start covering. Now you have the divergence again. The divergence starts to happen again. Failure to delivers are going to start happening. They're falling on a sword, and they're trying to decide which way they're going to fall. They're either going to fall on the side where they let the price squeeze into a gamma squeeze, or they fall on the other side of that, which is letting failure to deliver skyrocket. Neither scenario is good. They're screwed either way they go. There's no way out of this situation. Oh, guys, I'm pumped. It is 8:27. It's time for the early morning start. I will lead off into the intro, and I will see you guys on the other side of that. I'm pumped though. I'm really bullish on today. All right, guys. See you on the other side. I didn't get a chance to go into the markets, so we'll take a look at those when we come back from market open. I'll see you guys on the flip side of that.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. I get chills every time, damn it. What a great start to the day so far. This is looking absolutely beautiful. Every single day when it starts off red like that, I just go like, they're trying to set the mood. They really are. We're trying to punch through 38.18 right now. That is a level of resistance that we're punching through. We have nice movement right now. Let's just check our inflow versus outflow. I know it's the very beginning of the day, but we do have over here, if you look to the right-hand side, we have inflow at 24.41 versus outflow of 19.23. So we have a 5-point spread already. Yesterday, I believe it was a 62-point spread that we ended up finishing the day on with the with a dollar, what was it, dollar something increase. Let's see here. I don't have the data pulled up right in front of me. 35.69 to 37.16. So yeah, $1.40, $1.50 increase basically. So just keep that in mind, because last week on Friday, we had a 40-point spread on inflow versus outflow, and it resulted in a 60 cents change in being day over day. We were positive 60 cents. So it's just kind of crazy to me. Here we are up. Yesterday we were up 62, and it resulted in a $1.50 change for the positive. Breakfast is coming back. It's coming back. All right, we are heading up. We broke through the 38.18. Next stop is 38.80. We'll be trying to push through 38.80 as a level of resistance. It looks like they've got a little bit of a wall at 38.62 and 38.90. I did not check the rest of the markets in the previous start of the day, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to pull it up here real quickly just because I want to give everybody the opportunity to be able to see that. It's banana time. Okay, looks like there is 4,105 decliners to 2,507 advancers. I'm not going to wait for the heat map to change down here at the bottom. NASDAQ is down basically 0.09, 0.1%. Dow Jones is down 0.31%. The S&P 500 is down 0.23%. So the market is definitely declining again today as a whole. Again, I would assume pharmaceuticals and health are probably the same, but I'm not going to wait for this heat map to change. It's going to take too long. We'll go back and check some of these others. Hood. How is the Robinhood doing? They are underneath their beginning IPO price of $48, but they are up this morning 2.4%. Amazon is down. This is the heartbeat of America. I'll tell you guys why I look at these. I look at Robinhood just because I hate them. I don't hate him. I keep using hate too strongly. Adam's coming in here with a price prediction today. Thanks, man. Thanks, Adam. Let's see. So we got, I just watched Robinhood just because I kind of want to see how it's going to perform. Amazon is kind of the heartbeat of America. That's everybody buys off of Amazon. That's they've got a heartbeat on how America is buying. So if you start to see this dropping, you know that the market's hurting. Cinemark is up 0.8% for this morning. Dogecoin has taken a hit. They're down 2%. That is up from earlier. I believe it was down to 28 cents earlier. I watched Doge simply because they're the pump and dumps of cryptocurrency, basically. Cinemark I watched just because they're part of our industry that we're watching for AMC, so we want to kind of see how our competitors are doing. GME is our married stock. We're married to them. Man, look at the barcoding they had this morning pre. Holy moly. That is some barcoding. I wouldn't say that happened to us at all. We're having a little bit of a correction after we touched at 38.70 and coming back down. It looks like it might test 38. It's dropping below 38.18, so it's not holding as a line of support. So we'll probably have to, we'll be hoping that 37.50s are our level of support for moving forward here. There was something I wanted to touch on. I'm trying to remember what it was. Putting my camera back on. I do want to write down how many shares have been borrowed so far. So it is down. It was 112.4 thousand shares borrowed so far for today. It is down to 110.4. So that is decreasing. I want to see if this is short ladder attacking going on right here. So what I'm going to look for right now is I'm going to look at this on the bid side. I'm looking for like single digit numbers to pop up on there. If I see single digit numbers popping up, then it's more than likely a short ladder attack. There's a 10. If you'll notice that the buy order side it's not very robust. There it is. There's our single digit. 2s. 8. This is the short. This is the part where they're shorting, and you can see that there's definitely buying pressure going on right now. Yeah, they're definitely shorting it. Short ladder attacks are currently happening. So whether or not we continue on this path, it's difficult to say. There's not really like any kind of identifier as to where we're going. I did draw out a path earlier this morning. We're kind of on this trend right here. So I've got an ascending parallel channel. Typically this is a bearish indicator, or meaning that when it does break out of this, it should break out going down. Now this is on a 1 hour interval. So that's actually pretty massive. That's a massive interval. So as we zoom down in on it, like if we were to go straight back down to the 1 minute and kind of zoom out here just a little bit, what you'll see is that here's that same interval. We're like smack dab in the middle. So if we go back out to the 30-minute interval and look at our RSI is currently at 64.75, which means that we're on the high side of being overbought. So that might explain a little bit why we're having a correction currently. If I go down to a 5-minute interval, it's at 56, 57 and increasing. If we go to a 1-minute interval, who cares? You don't look at RSI at 1 minute. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that this could be a level of consolidation that we're having, which doesn't necessarily mean that we're having that reversal that's going to break out down below that channel, but it does mean that it's consolidating so it can have some more growth. So this is not a bad thing. I'm okay with it currently the way that it stands. If we pull up our Bollinger, we traded quite heavily outside the Bollinger. Okay, so the Bollinger is a 3 sigma or a standard deviation cloud. So this is an exponential moving average in the middle here. The top one is the upper standard deviation of from the exponential moving average, and the kind of the yellow line down here is the lower. And so we're supposed to be trading within this cloud. Most of the trades should happen. If you have outside the cloud, then it's it's unusual growth, very unusual. And we had a lot of unusual growth happening right here. So this is the correction for that. And now it's trading kind of down to where the exponential moving average is, and so this is good. This is good to see. We want to see it kind of bounce maybe off of 37.50 here, and then start to try and move its way back up. Maybe retest 38.18 again. The cloud, you can see the clouds widening. That's a lot of volume. That's a lot of volatility. So it's meaning that there's a lot of fluctuation in the price that's happening. Volume per minute, we're averaging in the 5 to 600s. Did I change my prediction? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm predicting somewhere between 80 and 100 million shares traded for the day. If we average 250,000 shares a minute all day long, every single minute for 390 minutes of the day, you get just underneath 100 million. So we're currently averaging much higher than that right now. We're in the 500s to 600s, 5 to 600,000 shares a minute averaging right now. I did get some more price predictions in for the day. I did not cover that earlier. I'm at 37 to 40. Eric sent me a text and said that he is at 36.5 to 39.5. Adam, who's filling in for John, not to confuse you all. Adam is 35 to 39. And I have not heard from Duncan yet. I'm waiting to hear from Duncan. Let me reach out to Duncan and see what he says. Duncan, if you're watching, what's your price prediction for the day today? Let me see if you may have put it in here earlier and I'm not. Oh, okay. I get it. I know now. Maybe your price prediction earlier was 39 to 42. I think I get it. I get it. Okay, so that was his price prediction earlier, 39 to 42. So Duncan is in at 39 to 42. Let's see, 39 to 42 for Duncan. And again, guys, this is just for fun. We bet beers or ice cream or something like that, and it's just it's to keep us sharp, right? I really feel like just if you try to look at technical analysis on a daily basis, it keeps you sharp. And so we're having friendly bets amongst ourselves to kind of and keep us sharp. So that's what we're doing here. Let's see, Eric's lower is 36.5, so that is moving up from 36 where he had it yesterday. If I can move it. This is going to take me a second to go through and fix this all up, guys. So just bear with me for a minute here. And his upper is increasing by 50 cents as well. I guess that was his upper? That was his upper. And we're going to go ahead and move his upper to 39.5. I've already moved mine. I'm in orange. Okay, so now I just got to move Adam and Duncan. Adam is coming in at 39 to 42. Adam is going extremely bullish. I like it. I like the enthusiasm. Oh boy. Come on, Weeble. And last one, not least, Duncan. Oh, did I just move the wrong one? Duncan's 39 to 42. John is 35 to 39. Whoops. All the guys are probably I'm not seeing what's happening in the chat box, but they're probably like, "No. You're going the wrong way." All right, there we go. All right, now I got Adam or John. Adam who's filling in for John, and Duncan is 39 to 42. So I can't put them right down on top of each other, so I'm just going to put it slightly staggered, but I know it's 39. Okay, this is dropping down below. It did not support 37.5, nor did it support 37, so they're definitely trying to attack this down as far as they possibly can here. It's still trading within the Bollinger, but I would expect to see some kind of price, unless there's obvious manipulation happening, which is, sometimes the case. I would expect to see a turnaround at this point because it's starting to trade outside of that. So outside of manipulation, it's decreasing too fast. Volume is falling off pretty quickly. We were doing 500-600s earlier. It fell down to 400,000 shares, then almost 300,000 shares for like 2 minutes in a row. Then it went back up to 4 and 5. So that's part of the reason possibly is why it's dropping in price. Volume falling off. We are approximately 18 minutes into the trading day with 12 million shares traded. Everybody's price predictions are now locked in. I'll read them one more time. I'm at 37 to 40, 36 to 5 to 39.5 for Eric, John at 35 to 39, and Duncan at 39 to 42. So I'm going to go to my other page, my stats page real quick here, and just put in whether or not people were bullish or bearish. I believe our opening price for the day today was 37.32. We're all neutral. No, Duncan's the only one that's not neutral. Duncan is the only one bullish. All right, so let's give us all neutral tally marks. And Duncan is bullish. All right, we're done with that. We don't have to visit that again for the rest of the day. Not until I congratulate people. But yeah, congratulations to Adam. He was our only person that got a point yesterday, and that was awesome. For the most part, most of us are in here pretty tight. We're pretty tight on our predictions, except for Duncan. Duncan's got the biggest increase here. I think somewhere between our lowest of 35 and our highest at 42, bar this actually dropping down and falling outside of this channel right here. Duncan would probably, he's actually got that channel covered for the day. So, I would imagine that somebody's going to get a tally point. We've got quite a spread there. I noticed somebody was saying something in the chat screen here. Hoagie's in for 38.13. Vivamus is up for 39.62. Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with that statement before with becoming numb to dips. They really just don't faze me anymore. I see them as opportunities to buy more, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to take away the Bollinger. I got a lot of lines on here. The yellow lines that I have on the page currently are levels of support and resistance due to Fibonacci retracements that I've set up, but they were actually set up and geared more towards around us moving up into the $38, $39 range. So with us being lower that we're at right now, you're going to see bigger distances between these the Fibonacci values. So like you see one at 36, 37. 38.18. So there's I'm sure there's other levels of support and resistance in here built in, but I just don't have any Fibonacci's for these price ranges, and I'm not going to change them because I do think that I tend to think that we're going to be swinging back up in price here. But we did test off. It looks like we tested off of 36.50, so we'll just kind of use. I guess that would be Eric's lower value. Tested off at 36.50. We'll see if these can actually swing around and actually be an upwards movement and not just a stair-stepping action down. Watch real carefully the level 2 orders on the bids. When you see those single digits numbers that are popping up over here on the right-hand side, you know that they're still attacking it down pretty heavily. So, and also again, the robustness of the buy order side or the bid order side is kind of lackluster this morning. There it goes. It starts to fill out right after I say that. You guys can't see it because my picture's in the way, but yeah, it's. Maybe I should modify that. Let me see if I should modify this just ever so slightly, so you can see it. I'd have to put my picture on the right-hand side. I guess I'm okay with that. Maybe that's better. We'll experiment around here a little bit and see if that's a better setup. It does kind of cover up some of the volume though. I don't know. I'm going to keep my face over here, I think. I do like showing the volume. All right. Let's see what else is going on here. I'm going to take a look at the news. I will have to go back in the comments and see. I have not had anybody else put in information for the day as far as guesses go on price, but it'll be fun to kind of go back up into the comments later on in the day and see what it is that you guys said, and you know, I'll definitely do a shout out to you guys if you hit it within 50 cents. If you hit it within 50 cents, I'll do a shout out to you for your amazing prediction. Let's look at. I'm going to pull up Fintel real quick and see if we have any new 13F filings for the day today. As of yesterday, I think there was only 2 filings. Nope, there was a lot more than 2. Okay, so these filings came in later in the day and I didn't see them. So I'm going to go ahead and drag this over so that we can see this. So there was a couple in here that I'm going to change the color scheme real quick. So this is, I'm sorry to blind you. I got to warn you guys before I do that. I'm sorry to blind you. Looks like we had some Pacific Select Fund bought some. Invesco bought 608,000. Pacific Select Fund bought 54,000. Let's look how much this Retirement Group LLC, how much they sold. $1,450 shares. Well, I hope they made a killing, because last quarter that's how many they sold. Too bad for them. You know, just out of curiosity. Yeah, that's what I thought. They don't have any other positions open. They'll be back. Pacific Select Fund bought 116,000. E2 Unibanco Holding sold off their position of 45,000 shares. But then look at all these. Look at this. Bluefin Capital Management bought a long position. Notice this. I was mentioning this. I don't know who I was talking to just yesterday, but I was mentioning the fact that whenever you see some of these companies, I'm going to highlight it all here. Whenever you see one of these companies take a put position in, so notice they have a higher put position than they have for a call position, they've leveraged. And they buy long positions in shares, and I think what they do is they're trying to use these shares in order to short short the stock. So they always buy their main position. They buy something that leverages on the other side of that, and then they buy shares to kind of manage the price of the stock. So they bought 155,000 shares. And it looks like Bluefin Capital is a hedge fund that's working against AMC. So you can look them up if you want to see what they're all about. Then we got Murfield Fund up here, bought 4,686 shares. Yeah. Well, that's the activity for today. Nothing that really stands out kind of crazy to me. Wait, what just happened? Did I just accidentally resort this? Let me refresh this real quick because something that changed on me. Okay, there we go. I think I might have just accidentally clicked somewhere. I'm going to look at Citadel real quick off to the side. I'm not going to show it to you guys. I just want to see if they've done any new. There's been some interesting developments in the SPAC community. There's been some lawsuits that have been happening, and there's just some really interesting news that's been coming out of there. I don't see any new filings for them. There is an Altimer Acquisition Corporation that they invested into on the 16th, which was 2 days ago. But I don't really see anything that stands out currently. Well, let's check the news. Yep, we know Free Guy beat the box office expectations. The Mostly Fool Group has written a whole bunch of interesting articles, just one after another. I think they had 4 yesterday. 4 out of 8 of the main news on Google. When you search AMC on Google and you click on news, 4 out of the 8 that were displayed, or something, 4 out of 9 or something like that, were all from the Motley Fool or Mostly Fool. 1 hour ago, AMC stock rises toward longest win streak in 3 months. That's written by Market Watch. I'm not going to read it because they're probably just talking about what we know about. Nothing new for us. Got to go back to the right color scheme here, so I don't blind you guys. Let's check our inflow versus our outflow. Okay, so the outflow is now beating the inflow by 5, 6, 7, 8 points. And we are currently down 0.9%. It looks like we're kind of consolidating in this area between $36.50 and $37. It's going to take a little bit more time, I think, before I can kind of come up with an idea of where we're headed. But we are still obviously well within this channel, this 1 hour channel. If I zoom into 30-minute, we're still well within. This is a pretty big channel in here, but it is a bearish channel. So when we do break out, we'll be heading downwards. RSI is much lower now. On a 30-minute interval, it's down to 46.29. On a 5-minute interval, it is down to 41.84. Not quite oversold, but it is definitely low. So it's 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a look at the options page. I'm going to take a quick refresh of everything so that we have the most accurate information. Oh, I didn't show you guys this one yet. According to Fidelity, and this was earlier, let me refresh it real fast just to make sure we're getting the most current data. We were second earlier on the top trending stocks being traded, but it looks like we slipped down to third now. But we have currently 65% more buys than we have 65% buys to 35% sell. So there's more buying pressure happening currently than there is selling pressure. Okay. And switching over to the stats page. What do we got going on here? Dark pools, 54%. That's more like it. Dark pools right here, right next to my finger. Hitting them. 54.04%. Looks like borrowed shares for the day has decreased from 110,000 down to 56.2. The estimated short share interest on the free flow is 18.08%, which is, again, about 1% lower than it was, I think, yesterday. And according to our options, the largest amount of volume, for today is $40 strike price at 17,000 options, 17.7 thousand options. On the put side, the highest amount of volume, wow, it's all over the place. But the highest amount is at $35 strike price with 5,000 options. So definitely a 3-to-1 going on in today's volume as well. The options is on the right hand side. All those options are on the right hand side of the page there. Yeah, so looking at this looking at the analysis of what's going on here. When you see a candle wick on both sides of these, this is heavy pressure fighting the price in both directions. So there's a lot of volatility happening in here. A lot of fighting on which way the price is going to go. So like it was kind of stair stepping down, or what looked to be like maybe a stair step down, and then the fight came in. And it looks like it's starting to fight back the other direction now. So breaking $37 is going to be the level of resistance that we have to break through. There is no wall there. It looks like there's plenty of room to run up to at least 37.80, which is in the middle here somewhere, kind of at the higher end. Probably right about where we opened up at today. What did we open at? 37.32. Okay, I guess we opened up down here. So it's up here. And of course, this is definitely setting up a pattern. So maybe in about an hour or so, we might have a good idea as to what's going to be happening in the future. I've noticed these past few green days, we open strong, get a short attack, then a nice steady rise throughout the day. Yeah. Poverty sucks. Can I get money now? You're like one of those commercials. I want my money. I want my money now. Yeah, man, I hear you. I laughed on Reddit when somebody posted the picture of one of those Taco Bell packets open, and then and next to it was like a Trident piece of chewing gum, and they said like this is my meal or something like that. I just I couldn't stop laughing. They're like, you guys are eating real good. I actually posted. I joked around and said because there were actually quite a few people who were posting some really decent pictures of some awesome looking meals, and I was like, man, you all eating better than me, except for that one guy who posted the Taco Bell packet and the Trident stick of gum. Uh, Trust me, I don't eat poorly. I'm eating just fine. I'm not spending more than I can afford to lose. That's the number one rule. Never invest more than you're willing to lose. If you can stick by that, then it makes these dips so much easier. And then to compound on that, with the dips, we're getting numb to them. So it's just kind of like, oh yeah, look at that, it's going down again. It's pretty cool. Yeah, golden rule: don't ever buy more than you're willing to lose. And I'm not a financial advisor, but that's still a damn good rule to follow. Um, I've played a lot of poker in my time, and one of the things that you're never supposed to do is you're never supposed to sit down with more than 10% of your total bankroll. So it doesn't matter what you have, whatever you set aside as your bankroll to start off with. Let's say you start off with $100, then you shouldn't be sitting down for anything more than $10. It's just a very good rule to follow because that's the most you can lose. You can lose only 10%, and if you follow good money management rules like that, then it's difficult to get into trouble, serious trouble. It allows you to make mistakes. And trust me, don't by any means take the fact that I'm saying that AMC is a mistake. I'm just saying that uh, you know, it makes it much easier for you to ride dips when you're not waiting to pay your next month's loan or next month's rent or something like that. Coin Research, good to see you back, man. I'm happy that you're here. Always happy to see faces I recognize. Hoagie as well. It's good to see you back again. It's my OG crew. With AMC, I find it hard that it will go to zero even if it crashes. What could it go to realistically? When I first got into AMC, I started looking at it as like, well, when the pandemic clears up and everything goes away, I really felt like the stock could be running around $25. It just kind of looked like it was a price that I think at the time Cinemark was probably trading at, and I was like, I definitely see that they could be a good competitor to Cinemark, and I think that if Cinemark's running at $25, there's no reason why they couldn't be. And so when I was buying in at $14, I felt comfortable that I was going to be coming close to doubling my money at the very worst case scenario. And so I had no problems throwing cash at this at $14. Then it dipped to 5, and I was like, "Ooh, what the hell just happened there?" And but I bought more on the way down. I averaged myself down, and then sure enough, it ended up taking off. So I've definitely more than doubled my money at this point. And but I had to go through that period of pressure, that phase where I lost money, right? And I think that anybody who goes into this stock should know that there's going to be points in time where you're probably going to walk away for a while being a loser. And what's that doing for you? If you know that everybody else around you is holding, right, and you can see the numbers, the SATEC data out there prove that how many existing outstanding shares there are at a very minimum 2 billion. What did I put up here? If we look at my yellow notepad, on a very worst case scenario, you have 2.185 billion outstanding shares plus institutional plus insiders. This not even counting on loan, which is another 110 million. which I could add to this if I wanted to, but that's a minimum of 2.37 outstanding billion shares. Very, very bottom minimum. I believe it's over 4 billion, right? So, we have these kind of numbers. You know that everybody's holding their positions around you, and so if you can weather through one of these like instances where you first get into the stock, you lose maybe 50% of your money, it will pay off. You just have to wait for that to happen. It's just a matter of time. Everybody, all the data is showing and proving that people are holding around you. We are a community, a really strong community, and we're forming diamond hands constantly. We've had 2 opportunities for diamond hands to start being formed, and I think we're doing a damn good job of it. Comparing it to poker, where can you lose everything out of the 500 million that actually exist? Let me think about. I think I understand what you mean. I mean, comparing it to poker, where can you lose everything? In poker, I mean, if you're only sitting down with 10% of your total purse or your total bank, it would be really difficult to lose everything, because if you're playing poker solidly and you're only sitting down with 10% each time, 10% becomes less and less money as your bank becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's going to give you more and more of a chance. When I started out in poker a long time ago, it was before Black Friday. This is like over a decade ago. And I was playing a full tilt poker, and I started out with a bankroll of $10, and I played micro stakes, 1 cent, 2 cent tables, and I grinded those, and it's tough. It is really tough because when you're playing 1 cent, 2 cent tables, you're going up against players who don't give a shit whether or not you just shoved all in for $1. They don't really care. They just don't. Who cares if you just threw a buck out on the table? It means nothing. So, when you start at those levels in poker, I'm strictly talking about poker right now, you have to learn how to play smart, because if you don't play smart, your bets mean nothing. They're crap. They're crap. People will call you all day long with crap. And so you have to learn to become a really good poker player and play only the hands that you know are going to be winning hands. And you have to learn about positional playing and all kinds of stuff. It's really intense, and you can really learn a lot from playing micro stakes. But when you do play a lot of micro stakes, you can't lose a whole lot. And so that's how I would relate that to playing in the stocks. I think that's actually a really good rule. Like, diversify, right? I mean, everybody always talks about diversification. Am I diversified right now? No, I'm 100% into AMC. But I believe wholeheartedly in what's happening right here, that I don't see this as a losing bet. I hate losing. I absolutely abhor losing. I am one of those people out there that I won't play football pools. I won't play any of those stupid thing where your odds are absolutely insanity. It's not fun for me. I like winning, and so I only like putting my money places where I think I can win, and this is one of them. Um, so it's hard to compare poker to this, but I feel very strongly about and passionate about this. Uh, as much as I probably did poker over 15 years ago. Man, what year was that they had Black Friday? I want to say it was 2011. Man, has it been 10 years? It's been 10 years. 11 years. Wow. Whew, it seems like forever ago. I can't remember if it was 2011 or 2012. It was one of those 2 years. You're pretty deep into AMC. I have X amount of GME and bought X shares of Dole for a banana hold. I like that. That's cool, man. I remember it was funny. In 1994, I was a senior in high school and I took economics. And man, God, I love that class so much. That teacher taught me things some of the most valuable lessons in life. Um, I think what the most valuable lesson that he taught us in that economics class though was is he gave us a fake $100 to invest into blue chip stocks. So we got to pick whatever we wanted to in blue chip stocks, invest a fake $100 bills, and whoever like the top three people in the class with the most amount of money by the end of the semester got like a bump up on their grades. And I I was so close. I was so close. I was fourth. I was pissed. I was pissed about that. But Dole was one of the ones that I had back then. That was a stock that I had in 1994, and actually it did pretty well for me, surprisingly. But man, I don't think kids get taught that kind of stuff these days. However, I did find out. Did you know that Fidelity offers accounts to minors? You can actually set up an account on Fidelity for a minor and allow them to trade stocks. It's insanity. I've never heard of anything like that. I think that's a little ridiculous, but I think it's cool at the same time. I don't know how I really feel about it. Honestly, I'm torn. Like I feel like it's kind of weird that companies are allowing kids to throw money around. I don't know what the limitations are on the accounts because I haven't done a whole lot of investigating into them. But I think it's kind of cool if people are actually using it the right way and using it as like a teaching point for children. I'd have to do some more research into it. Yeah, John, I see what you're saying. So the 500 million that actually exist, yeah, it's insanity. I back in March, when I did a whole there's a lot of stuff here that you guys probably haven't heard about that I talk about on a regular basis, but I did modeling back in March of GME because I got to a point where it was more than just owning the stock. Everybody was talking about selling on the backside. I'm going to bookmark this moment just so I can have it in my notes. What I'm gonna talk about right now is what is your floor? That's what I'm gonna title it. And essentially, having a floor is a bad idea. Now, it's okay to have an imaginary floor. Like it's okay to say like I think this is only going to make it to $2,500, or I think this is only going to make it to $500,000. It doesn't matter what your imaginary floor is. The important part here that I'm about to talk about is that understanding the analysis of the stock will help you to get through the dips because if you have a floor, a price value, you're going to miss it. I guarantee you. I've done it. I've went through GME, I modeled it out, and I lived through GME. I tried to see minute by minute if I could predict where my floor would be at, and there's just absolutely no way you could have predicted it. You just have no way of knowing what's going to happen. There's so many things that can happen that's going to cause the stock to react in different kinds of ways. However, there are indicators that will tell you when you're on the backside of the squeeze. And that was the whole thing I was looking for. I was trying to figure out how do you know when you're on the backside? And I'll put this up on the screen for you real quickly here because I just think it's important to talk about. This is a scaled down version of the price action over a short period of time that occurred on GME. And I don't want to go into great detail about how I got to these numbers. But these are actual values that we're taking on dates. What you'll see here is a price history of GME, and you'll see dates on the right-hand side, and then you'll see price change, and then it also talks about days to change on the far right-hand side. So price history, price change, date, days to change. Days to change includes weekends. So I didn't go through and sample out all the weekends. I just wanted to kind of have an idea of like how long it took, and I just didn't go through and filter those out. So you'll have to forgive that, but it doesn't really impact this one as much as it does our current tracking for AMC. But what I want you to see here, the most important thing that I want to point out to you guys is on 125. On 125 of GME, at one point on that day, it had $136. And then it dropped 52.2% down to 65.01. Then it went back up to 159.18. Then it went down to 61.13. Then on the 27th, it went up to $366. I can tell you for a fact, I would have been a paper-handed bitch the first time that I saw it hit $159. I may have weathered the 136 to 65, but when it went up to 159 and started dropping back down towards 61, I probably would have sold at 100. And I would have been kicking myself in the ass because not more than 3 days later, it hits the high of $482. Or sorry, $514.50. 2 days later, I'd have been kicking myself in the ass. And there's no way. I mean, how do you sit there and weather a 61.6% drop in your share price and not think to yourself at some moment that maybe this is the backside? It has to go through your head. You just don't know. So how do you know what the backside is? Now, if you look really carefully, I've got it heat mapped as to some of the higher and lower drops. And what you'll notice is it goes from 52, it goes 29%, 52%. These are the drops in between the highs. Then it goes to 61%. Then it drops down to 50. So not too much of a drop, but then it goes up to 51. So it starts building again. Then all the way up to a 76% drop on price. Then it drops down to 39.8%. This right here, this point shows you that you've had a reversal, that you're now on the backside of a drop. And if you weather through this 76%, and then you get it back up to $321, you see this 39.8 come in, and you see the difference between the 76 and 39, you know to buy the next up. You buy the next up. You're at $437. You cash out maybe $400, somewhere around $400 to $437, and we'll just say $400. Let's just say $400. And what does that get you? 400 divided by 512, 78% away from the top. That's how you trade. You come in and you buy the backside, or sorry, you sell the backside 28 or 23%, 22% from the top. That's how you do it. It's really simple. And so if you eliminate your floors, you don't have to worry about the dips and knowing how high it's going to go, how low it's going to go. You just track it. You start figuring out where your highs and lows are at, and then you can see what's happening over time, and you can live in the moment without having to worry about, and you can look at the past of the data and see what's happening and give you an inclination as to where the backside is. And then floors don't mean a thing anymore to you, and you don't have to worry about it. So hopefully that's a good explanation. Kind of a long one, long-winded, but it is one. Let's see here. Also volume. I just want to throw it out there too. Watching volume on a daily basis and seeing what happens with volume, there's definitely a correlation in volume and what's happening as to whether or not how many people are selling and all that kind of good stuff. So volume's another good indicator to watch as well. Let me see what you guys wrote here, because I didn't look. Any thoughts or opinions on GME and NFTs? I think NFTs are awesome. Did they release something saying that they were moving over to NFTs? I know that's supposed to be in the future. I've done a little bit of reading on it, and I think it's kind of a fascinating thing that they're doing in Europe right now with the NFTs. I don't know if they're moving over to NFTs or not, but I'll tell you what, when I first got into this, I had 2 shares of GME. I bought in it, I had bought in the only 2, that's all I could afford with the money that I had liquid. I bought 2 shares at $325 a piece. And then when I was waiting for some of my other funds, my mutual funds to clear on sales on those, that's when I started researching AMC and realized that it seemed like a better play in my opinion. And so I put the rest of my money into AMC instead. Ever since then, I've been putting the rest of my money in. I made what you might consider to be a poor choice, but I felt it was important to me. It was more about the movement for me than it was about the money. And so I sold both my 2 shares of GME at $250 a piece. So I lost about $150 total on selling them. And the reason I did it was because I think it was either 8:01 or 12:01. I don't remember which day it was, but I wanted to have the money available to help support that day. and so I sold them, and I took a hit. I didn't wait T+2. I took a hit for it, but I took it, and I bought at the very end of the day to help support the movement for that day. Looking back, because I know more about options now than I did at those times when that happened, I think it was really stupid of a move that I made. But for me, I was more committed about making sure that we hit that 801, or I can't remember if it was 801 or 1201. If you look and see what day GME was at $250 in the beginning of the day, it was probably, let's look at it. You know, I don't remember what the dates were for 801 and 1201, so it may not even matter. Never mind. I don't even remember what the dates were. But it was one of those 2 days, and I felt really strong about buying more of a position. I didn't have any other cash, and the only other thing I could think to do was sell the GME shares for AMC. It was a bad decision, but I did it. What do I feel about GME? So I feel like, let me pull something up over here real quick, and I'll show it to you. Where is it? All right, so we're looking at Ortex. Let's just head out here and pull up. You know what? It's not showing it to me. All right, GME. That is not GME. There we go. I was just curious, you're pinning on it. I'm only holding GME for the NFT factor. I come from crypto, so I see a long-term value in it. Yeah, I could get that. I understand. This is what bothers me about GME. I don't think that I don't see the struggle. The reason that I think that they're still trading as high as they are is because it's still tied up in ETFs. It's sharing ETFs with other meme stocks that are keeping the price high, and so I think that's why you see a marriage in price movement with GameStop as you do like things like AMC or whatever. But what I don't like seeing about it is that they don't appear to have an on loan issue. They seem to be kind of covered for the most part. I know they're not. I know they're not fully covered, but I do feel like they are indeed somewhat covered. On average loan per day, I mean, it has gone back up, but then it came down. It didn't see a price increase during that time. Do you remember the date offhand that they added those shares? Because if I had to guess, it would have been somewhere around July 8th to possibly July 23rd. I don't remember the date that they added shares. But usually when you see a dip in this right here, it's because they have it's because they're buying. It's because they're covering their positions, and that means they would have had to bought shares. And if they bought shares, they would have bought the ones that the GME basically issued out there. And that's part of the problem, guys. You know, I'm one of those people who thinks that you don't have to agree with me. It's okay. Disagreements are not a problem. They're opportunities to learn. But you know, I think that whenever a company issues shares or dilutes into the company total share count, what you end up happening is hedge funds use those shares to cover some of their positions. Now, not all of them, but you know when you do see on loan average per day age of loans going down, but you don't see a price increase, you go like, where the hell did they get the shares from? Well, they probably had some kind of dilution, and that's where they came from. So, I mean, look at back here. When is this? February. February. Look at the on loan average age per day just drops like a rock, and then a massive price increase. You know, up to what? What did it get up to? March 10th. Opened at 269. That might have been the day that I sold the shares. But yeah, I don't know. I like GME, but I would not buy it. I think AMC is the play. I think that where the squeeze that's going to happen. Where did my stuff go? There we go. Hold on here. I'll get to your comments here in just a second. I feel like I'm going to get to your comments, and then I'm going to go to little technical analysis. It's 9:30. We should probably check in and see what's happening with everything. So let me just check your comments out real quick. That was the big argument from Apes about approving the 55 million shares Adam Aaron wanted to bring into 2022. Hedge funds would hold until 22 and buy those shares to cover at a low cost. I agree. I agree with that. I think that here, I'll show you. You're going to sidetrack me all day long. It's okay. So this is I'm pulling up a chart here. You're seeing this is all my work that I've done in the past. But this is some charting that I did a while back. This is before I found True Demon's information. He posted on it so much better. But basically, yeah, that's not a problem, man. What I did is I came in here and I found this on-loan average age per day. And I found, let's see, can you see my mouse? Hopefully you can see my mouse. I found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times where there was a significant, what I would consider to be a significant dip in some of these values. Now I know this one right here doesn't look so significant because it's because everything else makes it look so much smaller. But if you zoom in on this, it's actually a pretty significant drop. However, going back to this, each one of these circles led to some events that happened. You know, volume would dry up, right? And then volume would start to spike, price increase. Not this one. Don't look at this one. I'll tell you why in just a second. This one, you can't really see it, but there is definitely a price increase. But volume decreased, and it turned into a price increase. This indicator dropped, volume dried up, volume started to increase, price increase. This is where we were at just a little while ago, and it didn't trigger quite the way that we thought it was going to trigger, which I can pull back up. But anyways, let me go back to this one right here. Why is this one important? Come on. Okay. This right here is this right here. And if you look, 72.3 million shares were added by AMC, and then right after that, at this point in time, Wanda sold 13.6 million shares. They used those shares, and you never saw a price increase. So going back to that, right here, this section right here is where they sold shares to the market. You had a huge dip, no price increase. I mean, as soon as I saw this, I was like, no, we can't have any more dilution. And then, of course, you know, this bullshit over here started happening. They started diluting some more. You know, another 61.5 more million shares hit the market. We had another dip again, and of course, the price never increased. So this is the reason why the price didn't increase again. So yeah, dilution hurts. Dilution really does hurt, and I think that there's evidence at least twice that shows that dilution hurts us. So I voted against it. You know, I was a firm advocate against share dilution because it was just extending the amount of time that the squeeze was taking. If they want to dilute it on the backside, be my guest. I will vote for it 100% of the time, and I'm all for the company making money. And quite honestly, I think they'll make a shit ton more money. You know, if the price of this stock settles down at $100. That's like 3 times, 4 times the amount of money that they made on these other share dilutions. So really, the share dilution needs to happen after the squeeze, not before. So you know, I became a huge advocate for no share dilution. It does. I won't disagree that it doesn't damage the position of the hedge funds. You know, they do end up having to dig a deeper hole for themselves. I will not disagree with that. However, it does hurt us long term. So let's look at some of the new technicals here. I'm going to go ahead and refresh some of my screens. Not a problem, man. As long as you like hearing about it, I'll talk about it. But I do get passionate about things. I don't know why I get so passionate about it. I start getting all like angry and stuff. No more share dilution, damn it. Get off my lawn. I don't know why I get so passionate. I just do. I get so passionate about the things I talk about. And it's okay to disagree with me. I'm all right with that. I'm completely okay with other people who have a different opinion. Um, one of my favorite things to say about that whole share dilution pre or post MOAS is that it's like wiping your ass. It doesn't matter whether the toilet paper goes over the front or the back side. You still, as long as you have toilet paper, are getting your ass wiped. So, so um, it's just that I feel like there's definitely people out there who are waiting that take for example Coin Research when he came in earlier this morning and said, "Hey, I kind of need my money now." Not everybody has put money into AMC who could afford to wait forever. And I think it's dangerous to play that game with those people. We're all people in this together. One of the things that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to increase the amount of people that I interview for my channel. I have an interview set for this Sunday. AP, who will regularly come onto the channel and talk on here. He posts stuff on Reddit as well. I already had an interview with True Demon, with my mother, who was for psychological warfare. She has an experience, a background in psychological warfare, and how we can combat that. She talked on the show once. I also interviewed Duncan, who's one of my admins, who's from Denmark. I wanted to get somebody from outside the North America to find out what their opinion is of what's going on with AMC. I think they don't even get a chance to vote in what's happening here, but they're in this. And so you've got to ask yourself, why do we have people in foreign countries who are involved in the restructuring of our economy? A movement that is entirely built around trying to maybe making money, right? But I originally got in this because I wanted to help be a part of the movement to restructure the economy. Things were out of control. I'm definitely in it to make money for as a side benefit. But and then after interviewing Duncan, I got to find out that what happens to our economy affects them in their country. So why wouldn't they buy into this movement? This is impacting them. This is impacting them just as much for them as it impacts us in our own economy. To sit here and to live in our bubble of the United States of America and assume that we don't have an impact on anybody else is shallow thoughts, honestly. So why am I interviewing people? I'm interviewing people because I want to know what everybody thinks, how everybody ticks, why is everybody here? Is the more we can talk to people, the more we understand that we all share a common belief here. And so whether or not you wrap that toilet paper on the back side or you wrap the toilet paper down the front side, we all wipe our asses together and we're all in this together. So it doesn't really matter. But we do need to think about community, though. Passionate again. Damn it, that's twice. All right, let's move on to these technicals. Okay, dark shares, dark pools. We're going to hit these guys over. Hit those guys. Dark pools right there next to me. You can see me pointing at them right here. These dark pool guys are trading 61.7 million shares so far. 61.7% of the total volume so far traded has been traded in the dark pools. We are still at 18.07% short share interest, with a total borrowed amount of shares it's now gone into a returned amount of shares. We were at a borrow of 56.2 thousand shares, which is now 16.4 returned. And remember, that's down 4.7. They had 4.74 million shares returned yesterday. Moving on to options, which is just right of that whole mess of numbers there. If you look at the Looks like $40 strike price is still the strongest point. We have increased our volume from 17.7 thousand shares up to 22.7. On the put side, it looks like, okay, the strongest level of volume is at 35 still, and it is increased from 5,000 options to 8.7. So almost a 3-to-1 ratio, not quite. The price is at 37. Remember what I was saying today, guys? Like, it's a double-edged sword that the hedge funds are trying to avoid falling on. They can't fall on the tip, obviously, but the sword is laying on it's either going to be laying on one of the two sides of the blade, or they're going to try and fall on the flat side, and the flat side would mean keeping the price even for the day today. That would be ideal for them. Looks like we found a level of resistance at about $37.66. I'm letting my my other page. I always forget to turn it over while I'm talking about the other page. I'm getting better at this. My setup has changed starting this last Monday. I was running a very basic show up until this last Monday. My son sat down with me and taught my old fogey ass how to Reddit, or I mean not how to Reddit, how to YouTube, how to create a real proper like channel. So anyways, I'm getting used to some of the stuff still. So we'll go ahead and switch back to the main screen. And what we got here is it's now more advancers to decliners in the market, 3,355 to 3,001. The NASDAQ the NASDAQ is slightly up 0.03%. The Dow Jones is down 0.12, and the S&P 500 is down 0.05%. It looks like we've kind of had semiconductors on the heat map start to go green, and software and IT services. So healthcare's kind of gotten a little bit worse, but and pharmaceuticals gotten worse. So yesterday was strong on pharmaceuticals and healthcare. Today it's more strong on banking, semiconductor, software, and IT services. Those are the three strong sectors. Robinhood is at $49. They're up. They're heading up higher. Looks like it's kind of skyrocketing a little bit here. Let's look at it real quick. Don't like them. Don't like seeing them doing well. Anyways, they're up 5.12%. Amazon is down 0.58%. Yeah, there's a definite channel occurring here. You know, I'm not really into tracking these for any other purposes other than pointing out that this is, you know, they each have a meaning for me other than Robinhood. But I am gonna draw this out just because I see it. Just want to see how it pans out for the day. Cinemark, their competitors, they're up about 1%. Doge is down about 1.73%. I probably would have normally said this is probably the beginnings of you know, the dump portion of the pump, but I'm not quite there yet. When was this? What was the date back here? 8/6. Not quite. I think if this drops down to about 25 to 23, I'm ready to call it a dump. GME is down 1.5% for the day. They, like I said, lately they've just kind of been lagging behind our movement. Man, we're just trading so sideways right now. Not quite. This is funny. So if I scroll out to an hour, you're going to see two different ascending parallel channels. One that I did, this one right here just now, this really small one, which is on the minute scale. But this was an ascending parallel channel that I drew out on a much larger 1 hour interval. And so we'll see if we continue up this trend here. But zooming in on this on a 30-minute 30-minute interval, we have RSI sitting at right about half. So it's not overbought or oversold at 50.16. On a 5-minute interval, we are currently at RSI being a little on the lower side, 47.58. And then on the 1-minute interval, you can kind of see how we're following this ascending parallel channel. This is a bearish indicator. When it breaks out, it should break out going down. Typically speaking, on channels like these, I kind of see like levels of support or resistance as being the wedge portion that causes the breakout. And so if I were to draw like a line right here across, you would, this would be, see consolidation coming in here and then a breakout. So if we draw if we draw a box, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say box. If we draw a box right around this time right here, about 15 minutes before it should break out, that's what I would suspect to see happen. 12 to 12:22, that's about right. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if this consolidates down in here and finally breaks out going down. That would be during the power hour of the hedge funds between 11 and 12 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll see if that holds. I do think that there is a level of support here that I'm just not tracking on my Fibonacci's. That's what we bounced off of. So those are the borrowed shares that we know about. How many are actually borrowed? That's a good point. Because that's right. We don't know how many. That's what's being reported as being borrowed. I don't know, man. It's a good question. One second, I gotta check a text that I got here. That's a really good question, man. I don't know. So here's the question I'm going to pose back to you, John. Who reports borrowed shares? Do the hedge funds report how much they borrow, or do the long positions who are selling, or the brokers who are selling those, or yeah, who are lending those shares report? And why would they have any reason to, whoever that side is that does the reporting, which I'm assuming is probably the broker, why would they have reason to not report what they've lent? Because those are questions I don't know the answers to. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic there. And why do I think those are important is because I guess what I'm trying to get at is if these reports are coming from the broker side, I don't have any reason to believe, unless those brokers happen to be hedge funds, I don't believe they have any reason or desire to not report correctly their information. I don't see any reason why they would hide it. Now, why a hedge fund would not report shares that they borrowed? Obviously, there'd be great reasons why they wouldn't report that, because they wouldn't want that information being released. But I really just don't. I don't have a reason as to why a broker would misreport how many shares that they've lent out. unless there was a violation, right? Like say for example that they had lended out more than they were supposed to, then there would be a violation on maybe their behalf. I guess that would be a good reason why they would misreport. And why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because they stand to make money off the lended shares. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess there's an argument to be made that they could be misreporting so that they can be making more money off the back or the front side of the squeeze on lended shares. But there is no answer. How many do I think? You're asking me what I think, not what the answer is. I mean, I would think that the answer has to be in relationship to the amount of outstanding shares that there are, right? Like that would only make sense to me. The only way for them to continuously lend shares is if they lended shares that were actually owned by some of their the people that actually own shares, right? So that they're lending our shares. They're not lending their shares. They're lending our shares. They have to be. The only way you can lend the shares is if they're our shares. And they're lending them erroneously because they've lent them over more than 4 times probably. At the very minimum, they've lent them over 4 times. So how many outstanding? That's got to be the answer. 4 billion. Because I mean, the only way you can cover all that stuff is by reversing everything, and that means that everybody has to have a share that's equals an actual real share, and the reverse of all that would be the answer, which would be 4 billion plus. I don't know if you like that answer. I mean, that's got to be like they have to have borrowed. They have to have borrowed into the float because the float exists much higher than there are shares that are actually in existence. Well, looks like we're testing up that 3761. I'm okay with it breaking through. It's not supposed to. I'm okay with this breaking out and above. However, this signal right here kind of would mean that, like 37, what do I have down here? 3764 should be like kind of a wall. It looked like it tried to break out there for a second. You guys are teaching me a really important lesson. You're teaching me about how to be more focused. With ADD, it's really easy to sidetrack me like super quick. So I appreciate you guys being here and hitting me up with like lots of questions and stuff because it's testing my ability to be able to focus, and I have to be better about that. It's just I'm just not. That's why sometimes if you guys ask questions, it may take me a minute or two because I can only focus on like 1 or 2 things at a time. So it might take me like a minute to get back to you guys. Tell you what though, man, all that talking sure burns calories. I can feel myself just burning up. Here we are, we're breaking out through it, man. This is great. I mean, this is not what it's supposed to be doing. Let me pull up the Bollinger just because I'm curious how that would look. Yeah, see, the Bollinger, even the Bollinger is saying that this should be the top right here. You can see on this. So the Bollinger is the middle line on a Bollinger is the exponential moving average, and these are standard deviations, upper and lower standard deviation. So when it breaks out beyond the standard deviation, it's abnormal trading. It's not usual. It's not following within what you would expect to see for normal trading. It is definitely breaking through there. So I would expect volume to be increasing because you'd have to have more volatility in order to get the oh shoot, what is that called? I want to call it the field. I don't know why I keep wanting to call it the field. The cloud. I don't know why I just call it field. The cloud. In order to get the cloud to widen, you have to have more volatility. And so when it does start trading outside of the Bollinger like this, you should see a correction because it's just abnormal trading. It shouldn't be happening like that. And so this is indeed the correction. It's staying within. It's still staying within the channel here on this correction. So I might just have to move this up to that 38.18. We might have that squeeze out a little bit further up. I would expect it to fall back down to the moving average at the very least, the exponential moving average. So it looks like the amount of shares borrowed has decreased more, meaning they returned more shares. It went from 16.4 returned to now 43.3. Short share interest is not changing, which I think is strangely odd. It's just not even changing at all. Normally we see the estimated short share interest of the free float changing. This number kind of down here by my mouse. So here the price is dropping back down to the point to where it's meeting up with the exponential moving average. I would expect that it would either meet up with it and either consolidate a little bit around there and maybe head back up, or it could break through it and then continue on further down. Looks like up it is. We'll take it. Y'all feel like this is like too many lines on the page? If you do, if you think this looks like too messy, let me know. I'll clean it up. There's a 10,000 share buy wall at 37.35. A lot of people get upset when I call it a buy wall. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't understand the reason why people get their panties all in a bundle when it's sometimes it's a buy wall, sometimes it's not, and sometimes it's just a hedge fund clearing the position to be able to drive past it. but it still looks like a buy wall. So, you know, even if it is a false floor, it looks like a buy wall. You'll see it moving up here. I'll put it up on the screen. It's just barely on the screen. Oh, it just moved off. Here it comes. Come on. Yeah, it's not showing up. You can see it on this one. It's much smaller though. Volume is currently at 30.76. Let's do some quick maths. No, that's not right. What the hell am I doing? 60, 90, 90. Yeah. So we're on pace right now for about 133 million shares traded for the day today. That's going to be that's a very high estimation. That's just based off of what we've done so far. We know based off of how it works throughout the day is that, you know, volume starts to dry up kind of through the mid portion of the day, and then kind of spikes towards the end half of the day. So my volume prediction for the day of 80 to 100 million will probably be more than just enough to be perfect. We might hit 90 if we're lucky. Tell you what though, we're on the bottom. We are dangerously close to my bottom low for my price prediction for the day. I'm gonna get rid of the Bollinger. I would probably just move this up just slightly. I'd still say that this is in play, especially if it does drive back down here, kind of moving on forward. And I will be taking a break here in about 25 minutes. Let's refresh the news and see what we got going on. I'm gonna check Reddit real quick here. I want to see if there's anything new happening. So here's something interesting, and I hope I don't drive you guys away on this, but it's saying somebody's just posted on this is Tony Cap on Reddit saying stop making stupid people famous, and they're talking about basically like YouTubers getting like too much. Um, I guess getting too much credit. Although he does disclude Trey. I don't want this channel to ever be like that, and I want you guys to step in and say something. For the OG guys who've been here forever, you know, if you ever feel like this is becoming more about something that it's not supposed. The three main goals that I have here to provide people with data, live stream data constantly, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. my time, which is basically the trading hours plus an extra hour. Um, to be able to provide data for people, to be a place where people can learn something. I'm learning something. Hopefully, you're learning something. Um, and Now I've forgotten what the third one was. I need to write my goals down. Um, Really, it was just, to document what's happening as it happens. I think we're creating history. Um, this moment that we're creating is history. It really is literally history being created. And one of my key goals is to just document that history being created. I think it's important to, I don't know, maybe somebody in the future will come back and look back at this and say like, what happened during this period of time, and they can look back at this moment, and I've got it documented, and they can see it live. What happened, how we lived through it, what we said, what we did, how we felt. It's documented, and so that was another thing. I know one of my admins, Eric, asked me. He said, "What's your plan for the channel after the MOS?" I said, "I don't have a plan for the channel after the MOS. This is it. This is I came here for reasons to doc. I couldn't find anybody doing live streaming throughout the entire day, and I was like, I wanted that, and so I was like, if I want it, there's got to be at least some other people out there that want it, or at least they can have a place to go to find out information. If something happens, they want to know what's going on, and so I wanted to be able to provide that. But I also want to create a community. I want to create a community where we can see, um, with the interview with my mom, where we were talking about psychological warfare and her expertise in that field. Um, humor, humor is important, but also community is important, right? And so if I interview people and we talk to people who do like Reddit posts, and we get to find out who they are, what makes them tick. We get to see that we have a community. It's not just, I don't know. I guess at some point I felt like I was alone. And if we can get rid of that alone feeling, and we know that we're all here and that we support each other, that real people, I found out my neighbor 2 doors down is part of this movement. They're apes, and I'm sitting here going like, I had no idea. But I had it written on my truck, and one day, she's like, to the moon, and I was like, to the moon. I was like, what? No way. You're an ape too. And so it was a really cool moment. And so now it's turned into one of these things where, hopefully in the near future we're going to be outside drinking beers, talking about, the stock and everything, and what's happening. So having community is important to me. But let's see. I'm going to continue to read what it is he's reading here. He's talking about people hustling on YouTube. And he's saying he doesn't feel like some of the YouTubers have the best interests in mind for people. And it's this kind of thing. This is what I'm talking about. Um, this is a person who's writing something who doesn't feel like they're a part of a community, right? If this guy doesn't have, or girl, it could be a girl too. It says Tony, but if Tony Cap doesn't have a community to go to, think of the isolation that person's gonna feel when the MOAS happens. You got to have a community. You got to have people that you can trust in, people that you can talk to, people you can bounce ideas off of. Um, those are the things that we need to be working and creating. No community, we fold. This is psychological warfare that we're in right now. They're very heavily psychologically trying to impact us in ways that we will sell our shares. And if we don't combat against that, then it can affect us. Anyways, I didn't feel like I was getting what I needed out of the YouTube community, so I started my own thing. That is what it is. I'll tell you what though, man. Hats off to Trey. By far, learned so much from that guy. My goodness, man. You want to learn some technical analysis? Go watch Trey for like some of his beginning videos. Not so much nowadays, but when we were struggling back in the day, in February, March, go back. I don't know if you can, but go back to February, March, and watch some of the videos back then. Trey he's an animal. The way he's able to explain things. The first time I saw him, I was like, "Is this guy on speed? What the hell's up with this guy?" And I just kept coming back for more. I was like, I couldn't get enough of it. I was like, man, this guy's he's funny. He's got everything. He's a good guy. I don't know him personally, but I mean, I'd have a beer with him sometime. Speaking of which, I've decided that I'm going to start making it a regular thing. When I come back from, I don't know, for sure, if I come back from my second break of the day towards the last 50 minutes of the day, if we're green at that point, I'll be bringing back a beer with me and we're just going to share beers. Uh, if we're green in the middle of the day and I'm feeling like I need a beer that day, then we'll go for that too. But we'll definitely do it at the end of the day for sure. Beer 30. That's what we're going to call it. Beer and story time 30. The end of the day. That's how we spend the last 30 minutes between. I'll put that in my schedule when I end up building out this schedule. I'm gonna dedicate 2:10 my time until 2:30, 20 minutes of beer drinking and story time. Getting to know the community, getting to know each other. Beer 30. Let's see if we have any more 13F filings that have hit. Nothing new on the 13F range. Let's see if Citadel filed any more 13Gs. Snuck them in there, trying to see if people doesn't catch their SPAC acquisitions. I think those are going to die off, honestly, guys. After Gensler came in and basically said that they're investigating SPACs, I think they're done. And I'm not saying they're done because he's investigating. It does seem that ever since he made that announcement that the amount of SPAC acquisitions has intensely dropped. You can go through and look at it and see the difference in some of the filings, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Ooh, I want to say I'm looking at Fintel Citadel's portfolio value, and it looks like it's decreased by like at least 100 trillion. Currently, it's at 446.7 trillion. Pretty impressive. My dog is getting antsy here. You can wait for 15 more minutes, buddy. 15 more minutes, I'll let you out. You'll be all right. You can wait. I think he just wants to chase a squirrel. You'll be all right. 15 more minutes. If he gets too panicky here, I might have to just go let him out. He just wants rubs. I don't know if you guys can hear the bird in the background, but some days he's quiet, and some days he's like super loud. I don't know what the deal is. I think he's starting to miss the kids now that they're back in school. Is he... My dog's looking at me like, yeah, just keep rubbing. Don't stop. Okay, I'm done rubbing. Don't give me those eyes. He's giving me the sad dog look. He's like, come on, man. My dog's name is Bruno. He's a big, I want to see he's a black lab, but he's kind of got like this like brown sheen to his coat. And I don't know if you've ever owned a black lab before, but there's these very significant personality traits between black labs and brown labs. Black labs are um, probably a little more excitable than brown labs. Although, no, I take that back. Maybe it was just, I don't know. Maybe it's just my perception from the two labs that I've had and some of the other labs that I've met that are out there. Um, I think black labs are really excitable. Um, and then brown labs are just kind of more chillax. And he's definitely chillax. Super until somebody comes over to the house, and then he just goes nuts. Great watchdog. If you ever hear him start barking in the background, it'll probably scare the crap out of me. Well, let's check. I'm gonna refrench Stonko tracker. It looks like we're still at the same amount of in the money versus out the money values. We're in the last couple minutes before I take a break, so let me refresh all my screens. We'll go over a few technicals, and then we will I'll break for about 40 minutes. Oops. All right, let's look at them. Okay, dark pools, 63.37% traded in the dark pools. That's actually really high. Considering where we're at for the day to day, that's higher than I would have anticipated. Right here next to my finger, and that's the dark pool amount traded right there. Total amount of shares borrowed is it's actually returned, and it's at 50.1. That is more shares returned. It was 43.3 earlier. It is now up to 50.1. 18.06 estimated current short share interest of the free float. That's not changed like practically all day today. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. As far as the options go, on the $40 strike price, it looks like the biggest amount of volume is at $40 strike price with 26.3 thousand. However, the $38 strike price is starting to increase. It's at 20, so it's starting to catch up a little bit. So $40 strike price was at 22.7, so it's increased to 26.3. The put side of that is strongest amount of volume, still at 35. It's increased from 8.7 contracts to 9.4. Institutional ownership is still the same, 127.7 million at the very top. And that looks like all I'm going to be covering for this page. Coming back over to the main page. Oops, hold on a second here. Coming back over to the main page. Currently there is 3,607 advancers to 2,850 decliners, so the market is starting to have a recovery. More advancers than decliners. The NASDAQ, however, is breaking even. The Dow Jones is negative 0.14, and the S&P 500 is negative 0.15. As far as the heat map goes, still the same. The reversal is that pharmaceuticals and healthcare is now down, more down, whereas banking, semiconductors, and software and IT services is up. Robinhood is currently up 5%, 5.3% for the day today. Amazon is down negative 0.4%. Cinemark is up 1.2%. Doge is down 2.2%. GME is down about 1.8%, and we are up 1% for the day today. We are currently going up an ascending channel. I went ahead and left all this prediction in here, and that's probably going to leave you guys off with as I go into break. But I do tend to see us maybe consolidating a little bit here, sometime into this box and possibly breaking out down. It may not go too far. It may only go down to 37 bucks and kind of test 37. We might hold at 37. It's difficult to say. Volume is just kind of dead. I mean, if you look at the volume over the day today, it's just died. Absolutely just died. We are currently at volume of 33 million shares traded after basically we'll just call it 2 hours. 33 at 2 hours, 33.1. Divided by 120 minutes times 390, that puts us on a pace for 107. We were on 133 million pace earlier. It was probably about an hour ago when I checked it last, and now we're down to 107 million pace. So volume has really dropped off. To see the price increasing, shares being returned, and price still going up is a good thing. However, I do think that there's a price correction coming, as the indicators are showing. So don't be surprised if this breaks out, sometime during this time frame in here while I'm on break, and starts heading downwards. With the volume low, it makes it really easy to short ladder attack the price. So just keep that in mind. Of course, like somebody else had said earlier, numb to price dips anymore. I totally agree. I'm just trying to let you know what I'm seeing is kind of what it's looking like. All right, got about 5 minutes left here. I'm just going to check Reddit just a little bit more and see if there's anything else being said. I know people get flack for checking Reddit and then being accused of just being a Reddit regurgitator. I ain't gonna lie, but I give everybody credit who's on here. I post it up there, or I at least talk about the name of the person who's doing it. Again, this is community. I'm just simply pointing out things that I'm seeing. Okay, so this is posted by Hope Streams and Reality. I'm going to go ahead and put this over here so you can see. Hope Stream and Reality is talking about a 5-day chart looking tasty. We'll see if we break through 40 this week. I hope so. Yeah, they're showing this 5-day increase. That's what I kind of charted out earlier, if you recall. If we pull out to the 1 hour, that's this 5 days right here. So this is the ascending parallel channel. The problem with that is that this is a bearish channel. So when it breaks out of this, it should break out going down. So whether or not we hit 40 is a good question. I'll tell you what, I personally don't want to see it hit 40. You don't want to see us hit 40 and stall out there. It's a bad price to be in. We want to be somewhere between 38 and maybe like 39 and a half. Anything beyond $38, anything beyond, $40, between $40 and $45 is this gray area. Investors see it overbought. If we stall out between 40 and 45 bucks, back down and go. And I'm quite positive that the hedge funds see it that way as well. They know that if they can get us to stall out there, that they'll be able to drop the price back down. However, having said that, if we stall out at like between $38 and $40 overnight, and then we can get a big push, then a day that gets us through 40 to 45 bucks all in one single day, like a big jump. That's where we're going to start cooking with bacon grease. Once you start cooking with that bacon grease, you just can't stop eating. It's just going to keep on going. So that's what we're gonna look for. However, at a 30-minute interval, we are 54.37 RSI. On a 5-minute interval, we are at 49.11 RSI. Both of those are very average numbers, so the stock price could move up or down. There's room to move in either direction at this point. But this is the 1-minute interval. This is what we're looking like. We're getting close to what may be a breakout of this ascending parallel channel that we're in right now. This is the wedge that I drew from before. I expected us to break out of this channel somewhere in this box. I did get that private message from somebody here just recently. I'll check that when I'm on break and get back to you. In case you guys didn't see it, I do have my my information on the screen. So if you guys ever want to get a hold of me through either Twitter or Reddit, I make myself available. I'm not so popular that I'm untouchable, and I don't want to be, honestly. I really don't. I like the small community. I was just telling Duncan, I think it was a day or two ago, that I really enjoy our small community, and he did too. But you know what though? There's so many people out there, and we're all hungry. And if I have something that people want, they're gonna come and eat. So, and hopefully we start cooking with that bacon grease, and we can all eat together. Bacon grease. I am not a vegan. If you ever met me in real life, you'd know. I do want to check out really quickly the inflow versus the outflow before I head out. We got about a minute left here. So currently we are at a 10-point spread, 269 inflow versus 279 outflow, and yet we're still up for the day. Very, very, very strange things, right? Dark pools being as high as they are percentage-wise. Looking back, what was that again? 63.3% traded in the dark pools. That would be why. It's a pretty good number. They're suppressing a lot of upwards movement into the dark pools. Again, the bid order side over here is looking pretty not robust. Excuse me. This is where you're going to see the dropout. This is where we could definitely break through. When you see the bid order side start to lose a lot of support, robustness, I don't know. You pick your industry term word that you use for just looking like crap. When it starts looking like that, that's when the price starts to drop. So, having said that, it is break time for me, guys. I will see you in about 40 minutes. I will be back by 11:10 Central Standard Time and 12:10 Eastern Standard Time. See you guys in a bit. Alright guys, I am back. Well, it broke out that window. Not the end of the world. Not at all. Let me trash this. Let's see what we're looking at right now. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's start at a 30-minute. Let's see what we got going on here. Ignore all the trash. I mean, we're still holding within this big ascending parallel channel. I mean, in order for us to drop out of that, we'd have to drop, you know, right now somewhere we'd have to drop around like $30, $35. By the end of the day, it would have to be as low as like 36. Do you notice the patterns here on each one of these? Like, I feel like the pattern's like extremely similar, right? Down and then up. Not so much this one. Not that one either. I mean, they do go down, but it's like, you know, wicks, not full candlesticks. And it's like this, it's like a parabolic movement on every single day. But today's a little different. Had the down part, but it didn't swing up enough to have that like parabolic swing. I would expect us to finish somewhere around here in that $38 range. Okay, let's see where our levels of support are. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 37. I mean, there's definitely some, I mean, everything's indicating buying pressure. Even though it broke out just recently, I'm seeing everything indicate what looks to be like buying pressure. If we pull out the Bollinger, it fell down, and of course, anything that falls outside of this cloud, which is right here, are abnormal indicators. So, you know, yeah, I could see this reversal happening right now. Volume is picking up. So let's look at the rest of the technical analysis while we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here. Yeah, let's do it. All right, what do we got here? Nothing's changed with the active positions. They're all the same. Dark pools, 64% traded in the dark pools so far. I refreshed these already, so this is accurate information. Negative 1.1 million shares lent back. That is up from 50.1K. So they're lending more shares back. The short share interest is now dropping 17.88%. And on our options, on the $40 strike price, the largest amount of options is at $40 strike at 29.5 thousand options. That is up from 26.3. The put side should be 25. Let's see if it's still holding at 25. Or sorry, 35. Volume at 35 is still holding as the strongest point. 10.3. That is up from 9.4. The market is advancing 3,638 advancers to 2,889 decliners. NASDAQ is ever so slightly up at 0.02%. Dow Jones is down negative 0.06%. S&P 500 is down negative 0.11%. And the heat map hasn't changed. So still, pharmaceuticals do look like they're making a little bit of a recovery. Robinhood is up 5% on the day, up $1 from their opening IPO day of $48. Amazon is down negative 0.4%. Cinemark is up 1.5%. Doge is up 6.2%. GME is down almost 3%, and we are down getting close to a percentage point, but we are climbing right now. All right, I'm going to go back here and get rid of the Bollinger. I need to go back here and I need to measure our high point. Do we have a new high? Let's see, what was our old high point? Oops, I still got this on this page over here. Our old high point was 38.77. So we didn't break that this morning. It only got up to 38.70. So now I'm going to start tracking new lows to see if we have a synthetic price failure. So the new low is 36.50. It needs to get over 19% to be a synthetic price failure, which is what I was calling for yesterday. If they were to indeed try to get some of those options that are out of the money into the money, they would need to drop the price significantly. So from the previous high of 38.77, we are down 5.9% to 36.50. Of course, we're not at that right now. We're at 36.92. But I'm tracking highs and lows. There's a method to my madness, and you'll just have to kind of ride with it. Perhaps over time you'll start to see what it is that I'm doing. But it definitely is. It's a way of tracking that I built around my modeling for GME. When I modeled out GME, I found a very specific way that you could track the price over time and be able to predict what was going to happen by tracking the price a certain way. So I'm tracking it the way that I know how, based off the modeling. And so basically where we stand right now is we're at a synthetic price failure of 5.9%. It doesn't become an official synthetic price failure until we hit the range of like 19.5. Really 20 is the ideal number, but you could hit like 19.5 and make an argument that that's a synthetic price failure. And of course, anything above, say, 21.5% or so is indeed paper hands. So those are the periods of time where we know that people are actually selling shares, that we've had paper hand movement. Right now we're only at 5.9% when we got down to 36.50, so we're doing good. Looks like we're coming up to test $37. It does appear like we're breaking past it. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of resistance and price movement upwards at this point. This would be the period of time that is typically speaking the hedge fund power hour, what I like to call their power hour. And I'm going to go ahead and pull over real quickly the stonk tracker, refresh it. I don't even check this anymore. I don't even check how many. It's not something that I think is even needed to look at it anymore. It doesn't matter how many shares they have available to borrow. This is what I'm looking at. They still have 277,000 puts that are out of the money, which is quite a bit. If you were to multiply this number by 3 times, you would get 24, 25. It's still less than this, so it's still a 3-to-1 ratio, even at the current price. So we're just kind of tucked up on 37. Difficult time pushing through, it looks like. I'm refreshing the news right now to check and see what's going on. Not that there's like something specifically going on, I'm just checking to see if there's been any new articles. Wait a minute, what? So Motley Fool's putting out a hits piece here. Talk about, man, this is probably like the biggest hit piece I have ever seen. Talk about trying to drive a wedge between the Apes and Adam Aaron. Let me just look at something real quick here. I want to see if there's any validity to what it is that they're saying. You'll have to apologize. Information's going to change on the page here for just a second. I'm looking at something on Ortex. There's nothing. All right, so check this out. This is really crazy. I can't believe that they're putting this up for an article. I'll put it over on the page. Look at this hit piece. AMC CEO is smartly selling shares. That's not what I don't remember him. So it says that in the announcement came at the company's second quarter conference call. AMC Entertainment Group has been the subject of intense investor interest in 2021. Redditors encouraged each other to buy shares in the movie theater chain and hold them until the stock price rose to astronomical levels. So far, they have successfully driven up the share price of AMC stock by over 1,500% in 2021, meaning the fundamental prospects of the company remain poor through no fault of its own. AMC was devastated during the coronavirus pandemic. Da 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 da. So they're saying that it's no surprise the CEO Adam Aaron announced that he would be selling some of his stock later this year. Here's his announcement. Interestingly, Aaron is going to great lengths in his attempt not to upset the group of investors rallying around AMC stock. If the group reacted poorly to the news and started selling shares, it could substantially depress AMC stock price. The enthusiasm from the group has lifted the stock price. Disenchantment from the group can have the opposite effect. Smart move. The meteoric rise of AMC's stock price in 21 makes it substantially overvalued. They're basically saying like he should sell his shares essentially, and they're making a case for it. That's so ridiculous. They're like trying to totally pit up Adam Aaron as being a a sellout. So dumb. Y'all are just so dumb. I don't get it, man. These guys are terrible. Some of the articles they come up with. AMC, here's a market watch from 3 hours ago saying AMC stock rises toward longest win streak in 3 months. I really hate Motley Fool, man. Where is your journalistic integrity? I don't know. I'll tell you what, like one thing that makes me really want to like do with my money after this is like start up like an actual journalistic because I like interviewing people and stuff, like actually starting like a real news company that actually has like I hate saying not fake news, but I mean some of the news is just so terrible these days. It's just the journalistic integrity is so down the tubes. It's just ridiculous. Oh man, these hit pieces are just terrible. Yeah, you gotta ignore it. They're trash. It's not the Motley Fool. It's the Mostly Fool. I like this one. This is a post by Useless Gardens. This is pretty funny. The price can go down, but no one cares. Ah! That's my SpongeBob SquarePants impersonation for the day. A lot of it is going on today. Fuckery department, please hold. Oh, we're gonna get a nice George W here. Is that what we're looking for? It'd be lopsided, but you know, yeah, somebody posted about today's Daily FUD brought to you by the same guys who said they would make us millionaires. These guys' opinions are more volatile than any stock ticker. So this is posted by Do Lie Uber 94 posted this on Reddit saying that they basically posted that Motley Fool thing that I just read, and yeah, it's just this craziness. Oh no shit! Did we get a? I missed it. Did I miss this? Oh guys, I missed this. My bad. Let me throw it up. This is Moons Out Goons Out. Moons Out Goons Out posted this on Reddit about cheat algo code. But come on, Ortex. There were alpha trading signals for today. I totally missed them. I did not see them. But they're both sell signals available in 16 days. I wonder if what they're saying is that in 16 days from now that it's going to be, if we had like a massive price increase, if they're suggesting that there's going to be a big swing in 16 days. I do recall reading something about the options earlier this morning. SKM, welcome back. Good to see you again. SKMC, rather, I should say. Good to see you. I'm getting hot in this hoodie. I think it's going to have to come off here in a minute. Oh, excuse me. When is Labor Day weekend? Is that coming up? I have to look it up and see. September 6th. That's a ways out. I ain't worried about that. Somebody posted in Reddit, they said that a message to any new apes. And they basically said that, uh, you know, on 3-day weekends, they like to drop the price the Friday before so that it hurts the most for 3 days. Man, volume. I may end up being super wrong on volume. Let's see where we're standing. We're almost halfway through the day today, and we're only at like 40 million. We might hit 40 million by the time we hit halfway through the day. That would be, if we ended up hitting 80 total for the day today, that would put me just at what I predicted. So that would be, it's kind of strange. Honestly, I would expect to see volume pick up here. What is the dark pool traded at again? Let me see. 64%, which is not abnormally high. If it was like maybe 67 or 68, I think I'd understand more. So let's pull that, let's rerun that and see if it changes. Now it's actually dropping 63.93%. I had a day, I don't know, maybe it was last week or the week before. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I had a day 2 weeks ago, I think. It could have been last week, where I was like, you know what, guys? Today's just like it's a crap day, and volume's just super low. We're not going to do anything. It's just going sideways. And so I called it a day early. I think like at 1 o'clock, and I just kind of walked away from it, let the system run. And I came back for like the last 50 minutes or so and kind of covered like the close. But yeah, I mean, there's some days where there's just really not a whole lot of activity going on. There's just nothing. We're down like not like almost 1%. We're trading sideways right now. And this looks like a reverse cup and handle. Excuse me, man. Need some water. I'm just gonna continue to see if I can find anything. Oh, you know, I haven't checked Twitter today yet. I hate it when I don't check Twitter for a while because it's just like it's just pointless. You just like scroll to the top and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take this hoodie off. I'm getting like way too hot right now. I'm not seeing like any amazing DD on Twitter. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just take this hoodie off real quick because I'm getting kind of toasty. Alrighty, I'm back. I got my cooling blanket going on here. Kind of draped it up over. Oh yeah, nice and cool. Ah, I feel so much better. Nice. Broke up past 37. This is good. We're back in the 37 range. I really do want to see it above 37. If we can close somewhere between 37 and 38, I think that would be ideal. It's a good stopping point. Driving up to like 39 and stalling out could be a little bit of a problem. Anywhere between 37 and 39, I think, is good. Where are we going? Where are we going? Good old Dave Matthews. Man, I could use some music right now. It's a nice little kick up here. I mean, it does almost look like a little bit like a George W. At least this part for sure. Yeah, this is like watching paint dry. You know, this is I mean, it's just the low volume. Look how much it fell off. Yeah, just looking at the volume here. I'll get rid of my picture for you. Volume really just dropped off today. I mean, just started out real nicely and just a nice decline. Actually, it's not nice. It's a shitty decline. We're getting a little bit of a fight over whether or not it's going to break, keep above 37, or if it's going to break back down below again. Remember what I was saying? That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that they're trying to fall onto a double-edged sword right now, and the only good way to fall on a double-edged sword is on the flat side. So you know, this, if they raise the price, if they allow the price to be raised by leveraging, right? Looking back at the Stonko tracker, you know, they have 277. Actually, I'll update this because this is different now. They have 283,000 contracts out of the money right now. If they try to leverage against that, they're going to have to increase the in the money by another 100,000. It's like a 3-to-1 ratio right now. So in order to leverage, they would have to allow the price to move up. Allowing the price to move up could create a gamma squeeze. So this is kind of one of those situations where if they try to drop the price, it's going to cost them shares that they're going to have to loan, and they've been trying to return the shares. So yeah, they're stuck. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can't really drop the price, and they can't let it raise either. And they're stuck out of the money. They're out of the money currently as it stands. 283,000 puts. You know, they covered for, I don't know, probably almost 10,000 of them, and maybe not that many, 7,000 or so from yesterday. So they're getting hit. They're getting stuck pretty hard right now. What were those price predictions in the early part of the morning today? We had Vamas had predicted 39.62 and Hoagie had predicted 38.13. Interesting. Let's look at our inflow versus outflow. I would imagine it's a tie. Nope. 17 points against. Outflow is 337 over 320 inflow. Look at that. We're up right now with a negative flow. That's not odd at all. What does Bollinger have to say about this? Yeah, I thought so. Abnormal price increase. Do I have questions? Sorry, bouncing back. Do you think it could break 38.50 today? Let me see where 38.50 is. We'd have to get back to where we started from. Let me pull back out to the 1 hour just to see what that looks like on the chart here. I mean, over the last few days, we haven't really had strong endings. There's a pretty decent strong ending back here a few days ago. I'll tell you what, I will give you a better idea as to whether or not we can break 38.50 by 1 o'clock, so like an hour and a half. Well, no, wait, well, yeah, hour and 45 minutes from now. Because as if I had to say right now, no. But if volume starts to pick back up, because the price starts going back up, then yes. So it all kind of depends on whether or not volume picks up or not. These levels of volume here are not very strong. Most of these under 100,000 shares per minute. That's pretty rough. We're basically halfway through the day today. There's a total of 390 minutes. I don't know why I'm pulling up my phone. There's a total of 390 minutes in a day. So divide 390 by 2, right? And that gives you 195. Multiply that by, let's just figure that we somehow managed to pull off just 100,000 shares a minute. That would give you 19.5 million shares traded more on top of the 40 that we're at now. It would put us at 60 million shares traded for the day. That's nasty. Nasty. Ugh. No, definitely not at 60 million. So you see where I'm going with that? What would we need to have? We would need to have like 200. I always go back to the 250. It's always good to have 250,000 shares a minute. This last minute was 120. And we're struggling, man. Volume's struggling. If we can get the volume to pop back up, then I would say yes. If we can't get the volume to pop back up into the 250,000 range before 1 o'clock, then no. I remember, I don't know if you were here earlier or not, but I was saying earlier that volume means a lot with this stock. It really does. The amount of volume that's traded means a lot. The more volume that trades, the better it is for our price. The less volume, the worse it is. Just typically speaking, that's not always the case. I've definitely seen days where we've had low volume and an up day. So, don't take it to heart to say that I'm saying that every time we have low volume, it's always going to be a low day. That's not the case. There are rarities that do occur. For example, we're low volume right now, and we're already up, 0.5% right now. So it definitely can happen. But managing to break up to 38.50 when our beginning price was 37.32. Let me just do some math and I'll tell you what that is. What did I say? 37.32? Yeah. To 38.50. You're looking at a 3.2% increase for, day over day. And that's, that's pretty high. Pretty high for a day that we might only hit like, 80 million shares traded. What did we hit yesterday? We hit like 4 something percent yesterday. Wasn't it 4% yesterday? And we had volume of 86 million shares traded for the day. It's a long shot. It's possible, but it's a long shot. Unless that volume picks up. In all honesty, I think when I was doing price predictions for the day today, I was estimating kind of like a more than likely that it was going to, if it was going to be up, it would only be somewhere between where we opened up at and 40. But I was, so I was giving myself the credit for that, but I really didn't think that we would finish much lower than 37, hence my 37 low number. So I was trying to give myself the most ceiling I possibly could, for in case we did have like a $3 price increase or something like that. But with the price prediction set up at 37, I just didn't. I felt like today was going to be an even across the day or maybe a slight drop. I think realistically we'll probably finish at somewhere between 37 and 38. It's either it's looking to be like it's gonna be a struggle for 37 or 38. It'll be like a 37.01 day or a 38.01 day or something like that. By the way, John, I don't know if I mentioned or not, but thanks for coming back today. I appreciate seeing you again. I appreciate seeing all you guys again. And for those of you who are new to the channel, thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it because it doesn't do anything for me, but I'll tell you, like monetarily, I'm not making any money on this, but what it does do for me is it creates community, and I'm really enjoying that. And I like the fact that we're having discussions and talking about the stock and whatnot, what we care about. And so, it's important to my mental health to have these conversations with you guys. It's good. Sounds so weird saying it like that. So I'm looking at GME. Look at that chart. Look familiar? Other than the spike up that we had in the very beginning that got us up to like 38.50 or 38.70 or whatever it was, those look pretty pretty married. What would you do if this stock was trading at well, here's the question I want to pose to you guys, because I've been struggling with this myself a little bit. I'm going to hold a position in AMC after this is all said and done. I'm obviously going to sell at some point, right? But I'm going to hold a position afterwards. I plan on buying back in. What point would you buy back in? Like, what would be a good buying point? Now, of course, I imagine that you'll probably be basing it off of something. I'm not sure what, but you'll probably have like a buy back in point. If you had a buy back in point, what value would you go for? Because I'm just looking at GameStop right now and it's trading at $159. And I don't want to say how many shares I have. We'll just say that I have at least 4 digits. So let's just assume 1,000, right? That's a good number. If I had 1,000 shares and I wanted to buy back in at 150, we'll just say $150, that would cost me $150,000 in order to buy back in. That's a good chunk of change. Would you buy back in at $150 after it was all said and done? for the whatever it is, the amount of shares that you have currently? It's kind of a good question to ask yourself. I've kind of been pondering it myself. I'm not sure. Would I buy back in for the full amount, or would I come back in at a decreased rate? I mean, think about it like this. We know that we have 4 million apes. We're going to make an assumption. We know we have at least 4.1 million apes at the very minimum. We'll just say 4 million straight across the board. Let's do a little bit of math here. Maths. 4 million apes divided by the float. I just want to see what that comes out to. I guess I should have done 11. 511. Divided by 4 million apes. That would be 127,000. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, I put in the wrong number. Divided by 4 million apes, not 4. That's 127 shares on average per ape. Now, see, that makes more sense to me. I've never really thought about this. So forgive me for not really thinking this through before talking to you about it. I'm kind of thinking live as it happens. I'm just kind of thinking myself through this process. If I only had to come back and buy 127 shares on average per person in order to have our even distribution amongst the amount of people, so then if you took 100 and we'll just call it 130. So if you took 130 and multiplied that out by 150, that's only $19,000 and 19.5, so $20,000. That seems more reasonable, because I'll tell you what, I would choke with the other one. If I had to buy 1,000 shares at $150 a piece, I'd choke. I'd choke a little bit on that. I don't know that I could come back and do that. So yeah, so 130 shares is all you really have to come back and buy, because that gives you buying the entire float. It would take all 4 million of us to come back and buy that amount of shares to assume that we all own the float. So I guess I would probably do that. I mean, I'm trying to think of my initial investment into the company. I had different phases, but I'd say I got to about the $20,000 mark, probably around maybe the second phase that I was in. So that's not that bad. I could see doing that. I could see coming back and buying 130 shares at $150. The question is do I think the company's worth $150 a share? Because people always try to talk to me about technicals on the company. Like people who are looking to get invested into it or whatever. And they're like, they're looking at all the technicals and they're saying like, dude, the price per earning shares and all this, that, and the other, nothing lines up. Why are you guys buying this stock? And I go like, it has nothing to do with that. You can't look at that stuff. But after the squeeze, you have to start looking at those kind of things, because the company does have to be profitable. And I think that they're struggling. So I think I don't know what price range I would put it in, though. I mean, I always felt like the stock was at a bare minimum worth $25. Bare minimum. I think on a realistic level, I think somewhere between 40 and 50 is doable, but 150 seems a little high to me. It definitely seems high after a squeeze. I'll tell you what, though. This is one thing that I've been thinking about a little bit myself. When the margin calls happen, and say, for example, this gets kicked over to the clearinghouses, and they start having to, covering the margins. My assumption would be is that they would only have to clear enough to make it so that they were back into their margin levels. And if that's the case, then that means that they don't necessarily have to cover everything. So say, for example, just throwing random numbers out, but say, for example, we have 2 billion outstanding shares. The margins, if the margin calls happen, it may only require them to cover a billion of those shares, or whatever number it may be. I have no idea what it would be, but it may only require them to cover a, a portion of whatever's outstanding. And so I've thought about that, and that's kind of the situation that GME's in, right? I don't think that GME was fully covered. They covered a portion of what was needed to be covered, and then at some point they were able to stop. They didn't have margin calls. There was no margin calls at that point anymore. There was no stress to be able to. The price was suppressed. They didn't allow anybody to buy by stopping Robinhood from selling shares, or people buying shares rather. So there was a lot of factors that kind of went into that, but they still had an outstanding balance of shares that were over the total float, that had to be there, that they didn't cover for. So that's kind of another question that's been kind of playing in the back of my mind is if a margin call does happen at some point, how much will they have to cover in order to get them within margins? And will it stop at that point? Does it basically just stop and the history just repeats itself? In which case, if if those of us who sell our shares come back in and we buy back in for another 130 shares, and not everybody got out, then this cycle could just continue on. I mean, it could just really, it could just really just then you're looking at another 8 months from now, and it just happens again. I don't know. I don't know if 005 will do that. I really don't. I thought we were waiting for 10 though. I thought 010 was the one we were waiting for to really kind of kick things off on the 24th. Of course, I'm not saying that I think things are going to just absolutely go nuts on the 24th. I do think that there's other factors that would indicate that there's going to be some crazy price action next week, but it has nothing to do with 010 or 005. Done hedge funds might try to cover before others in order to get out cheaper. Oh yeah, some hedge funds might try to cover before others in order to get out cheaper. Absolutely. I mean, like, or some hedge funds are going to fold earlier than others because they're smaller hedge funds and they can't afford to stay in it as long, and they have to get out. They either get out or they go bankrupt and get margin called. And if that happens, then it's a snowball effect that I talked about yesterday, where once one of them starts folding, it starts rolling downhill, and it's just the snowball gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And more of the hedge funds that get wrapped up into the whole process. It's much like FOMO. That's actually what I was talking about with the snowball yesterday, was FOMO. When FOMO starts hitting, that's another snowball effect. And really, FOMO should have been hitting. I felt like FOMO should have been hitting when we hit $38. Which I was a little surprised that we didn't see more buying action. What did we get up to? We got up to, let me just look and see where that was at. 38.77. So we got up to 38.77 yesterday, and then it just kind of died out and stopped. I was really surprised by that. I did expect there to be a lot of FOMO kicking in right about $38. But we got ladder attack then. Forgot about that. This is a massive, you can see the ladder attack down. So we got a ladder attack, and I think that kind of maybe potentially scared off people. So it wasn't like a hard enough drive up to $38 to cause like massive FOMO. The FOMO really kicks in the most when you see these massive, like, just huge price increases. Like, imagine where was that at? These kind of things. I think this one's even a little small, but when you see it just take off like really, really quickly, and it just, the buying pressure just amounts to just super massive amounts. People come in and they go like, they see what's happening. They're like, oh crap, I got to get on this now. And then they just start buying. Guys, I just want to point out that this looks like the weirdest reverse cup and handle I've seen. I hope this is not a. I don't know. I've never heard of a. I mean, it was more of like an inverse cup and handle. I've never heard of that before as like an indicator for being like a bearish indicator. Let me look up something real quick and see if I can find that because I don't know if that's a thing. And if it is it supposed to be bearish or bullish? Let me check it out real quick. Inverse cup and handle pattern. Yeah, that's exactly what we had. But is it bearish or bullish? It's bullish? This is a new one for me, guys. I have not seen this before. Wait. Let me go back here. I need to find like a website. Okay, this says bearish technical. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Let's see. I got to get rid of this stuff for you. Inverted cup and handle pattern, a bearish technical trading indicator. Right. So you got your bearish cup and then your inverted handle. So this, this is indicative of a price drop incoming. Trading the inverted handle. I mean, I said it earlier, but I've never heard of that before, so it's not something that I was aware of. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you have one signal going one way, the other signal should lead to the inverse relationship to it. Okay, so here was our inverted cup, and we had a little bit of the inverted handle, but it never actually turned into it. It's kind of odd because it looks pretty textbook. Interesting. Yeah, if you go to 5 minute, you can see it much better. John's calling for 38.50 today. Plot twist: instead of bearish, it's bullish movement. It's an inverted cup and rocket. We could get a double top out of this though. That would be bearish. So if we see something along the lines of this happening again here, right? The golden arches or the Margaret Thatcher. It's the opposite of a George W. That is a bearish indicator, and we would not want to see that. So I'll keep those lines there. We'll be looking to kind of bounce off of that. Let me just kind of correct them just ever so slightly. So that's basically what we don't want to see. That we don't want to see this price like just kind of move on up here and do some like stalling out at this price range at 37.84 and then starting to fall back down, because if it does and it completes the pattern, we have ourselves a nice Margaret Thatcher, and it's going to lead into some pushing potentially down past 36.30 before the end of the day. Not the end of the world. It's just more price manipulation. I didn't even know that inverted cup and handle was a thing. I gotta read in some more. I gotta read more about this. I really like Investopedia, but I didn't see anything on there. Oh, here we go, cup and handle. Well, I've read about their cup and handle before, but I didn't know it could be inverted. See, I learn something new every day, guys. I really do. Yeah, it doesn't. Investopedia doesn't talk about the inverse of it, though. Ninja Trader does. So it's saying, based on what I'm reading, that volume should spike up. So if this were the cup, right, and this portion right here is the handle, it's basically stating that the volume should drop at that point. Okay, so basically it's saying that, like, and volume did drop off, but it just didn't do, like, it's almost like this was the downswing that we ended up having right here as a result of that, this junk right here, which really surmounted to nothing for such a big signal. And then all of a sudden we started taking off again. So bad signal, I guess. Yeah, here it says right here, after the cup forms, the beginning of a noticeable handle takes shape. Begin to monitor trading volume closely. You might observe a steady drop in volume that could potentially indicate the end of the handle's formation is near. Hmm. I really do like the idea of finishing between $37 and $38 today, though. I do think that I think that let me look at this one more time. I think that shows consolidation, which is good. It allows us to be able to move up for tomorrow really well, because on a 1 hour, our RSI is at 57, which is it's starting to get above average on RSI for the 1 hour. On a 30-minute, it's at 53, 54th of 53. So again, just slightly above average. 5-minute is 54. So if we consolidated from here for the rest of the day, I'd be super happy with that. I think that gives us plenty of ample room to move up for tomorrow. $38 would probably be ideal. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to refresh my screens and we'll look at the technicals again. All right, where are we at? Institutional ownership has not changed. Dark pools are at 60, back up to 64.23%, starting right here next to my finger. And moving down, today's changes, we have negative 1.55 million shares returned. That's down from 1.11. So more shares returned. 17.81% short share interest of the free float. Moving over into the options side, right next to that, we have on the call side, $40 strike price has the most amount of volume with 34,000. That is up from 29.5. On the put side, highest amount of volume still at $35 with 12.8, or sorry, 12.8. That is up from 10.3. Ah, son of a gun. The whole time that I was covering that, I could have completely... I got to get used to this, guys. This dog is having a hard time learning old tricks, new tricks. Old dog, new tricks. Not happening. I thought of a theme for those of you who are with me right now. Next week, starting on the 24th, I am touring the United States with my son, kind of, sort of. I'm transferring him from one military base to the next. He has a new station that he's going to be going to after he's done with his training, and I'll be touring half the United States with him. He asked me to take a road trip with him to his next base, and so I'm going to be. The format's going to be a little different. I will do live feeds. I will do live feeds during the road trip. Maybe I'll come on and do like a couple live feeds 2, 3, 4 times a day. Might get on for, a half hour or so during those live feeds. But it's not going to be the same setup as I currently have. The technical data will not be on the screens. I'm going to have to just read it to you. So that's, you guys are going to have to put up with that for about a week. That's how long it's going to take us to kind of cross the U.S. But I will be flying back, and I'll be back in the U.S. Or sorry, not back in the U.S. Back in Texas, because Texas is the U.S. I will be back in Texas by the 31st. So on the 1st of September, I will be back on my computer, and we can have everything nice and neat again. But I will be doing live streams crossing the United States, and we'll have fun. I'll do some. We plan on hitting some scenic places along the way, and I'll do some live feeds from those scenic places and give you guys something pretty to look at. It'll be fun, but I've decided to title it either "Apes on the Run" or "Beavis and Butthead Adventures." My son is an ape. He absolutely 100% is an ape. I got him into this. I called him up one day and I said, I would be. Nobody ever talked to me about stock markets when I was a kid, and I said I would be extremely. I would feel like a bad dad if I didn't involve you in this. And I said, you've got a lot of spare cash now that you're in the military. I said, you might want to think about your future and your life savings for the future. And I said, I think you should probably put some money into AMC, just whatever you can afford, nothing that you're willing to, you're willing to lose, basically, right? The rule number one. And so he did. He invested some money in it. And I remember one day, I don't remember if it's him calling me or I called him. I think he called me, and he goes, "Dad, I just want to let you know that I have more money in my savings account or my Fidelity account than I have in all my other accounts combined." And it made me happy. It made me really happy to hear that that he did well for himself on his trades. So that was really good. I wish I could have started off like that. That would have been awesome. So we're helping people out, guys. We really are. You know, there are people who got into this late and eventually they'll hold and be helped out as well, but they just have to form those diamond hands first. So moving on, we currently have 3,813, no, sorry, 3,797 advancers to 2,802 decliners. NASDAQ is just pretty much breaking even. Dow Jones is down 0.16%. S&P's down 0.21%. The semiconductor looks like they've got a few more red ones in there, so it's banking and software and IT services that are pretty much doing the best right now. Robinhood is still doing well. They are driving up. They're almost 8% gain for the day. They were trading around 47 bucks. They're up to 50 now. Amazon down 0.53%. Cinemark is up 1.76%, 1.96%. Doge is up 7%. GME is down 2.44%, and AMC is up 1.4%. I would love to see us drive past this line that I've got here. I don't want to see us stall out at this line of 37.85 and just kind of hang out here and then start to drop again. That's not good. It's not good. When I say things, guys, you have to take it with a grain of salt, please. Always. Always take everything I say. I always say things to extremes all the time. But I say I hate things that I don't really hate. It's just I dislike. I have a really poor way of using words, and so when I say stuff, just take it with a grain of salt. But it's not good. It's not good because on a 30-minute chart, no, not 30-minute, on a 5-minute chart, we have basically an inverted or a double top forming. Which Duncan has coined the Margaret Thatcher. I love it. I'm going to use it. It's a Margaret Thatcher that's forming here. We don't want to see a Margaret Thatcher. We want to blow past. We want to blow Margaret Thatcher. No, no. Let's blow past Margaret Thatcher. Is it beer 30 yet? Because I'm about ready for a beer. You know, we're up right now. I hope when I come back from my next break that we're going to continue to be up because I might be bringing back a beer irregardless. I gotta find a koozie though today. This is like I had 2 days now where I've not had a koozie, and I'm not liking that. All right, let me read what you're saying. How old is my son? He is 19 years old. I know you basically concentrate on AMC, but what do you think about SNDL? I think it's a distraction. Today, AMC has 43.13 million volume, but SNDL is a penny stock with 54.24 million volume. John, I'm going to give you a little story here in just a minute. Hold on a second. Let me read the rest of this. GME hasn't even reached 1 million today. Hood 10 million. I might crack a beer open also, but here it's 7:30 p.m. 7:30 p.m. Where the hell are you? You're in Europe. You must be in Europe. Polak. That must be. Don't tell me. I don't think that's your real last name. That can't be your real last name. Are you Irish? Spain. Okay. Spain. Okay. Oh, that's all right. I was guessing. That's cool, man. That's awesome. Europe is cool. I love having Europe over here watching because you know, you guys don't get to vote, and I love that you're a part of this. And even though you guys don't have all the same luxuries of you know voting and all that kind of stuff, you're still in it to win it, and I think that's amazing. Oh, you're Australian. Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that with. I don't know if that's your real last name or not, but I wouldn't have guessed that based off that last name. Is there a lot of beautiful places to live in Spain? Um, in contrast to Australia? Just out of curiosity. And I bet the waters are so much colder. Wait, Spain? I think they would be colder. I don't know. Okay, so we did. We hit 3782 and we kind of bounced off of that limit, that number up there. There is. I am in the north near Bilba. I can't say that. I'm not even gonna try. San Sebastian in the north. The water is freezing. I can imagine, man. It would be so crummy, I think, to live in a place where the water is beautiful but you can't swim in it. I used to live in Oregon here in the United States, and there are some lakes up there. Actually, I really want to do this. I'm a diver. I have a diving certification, and there is a petrified forest in the bottom of one of these lakes. I have not done this, but I really want to. I think it's like in 50 feet, 40, 50 feet of water, and you can dive down to the bottom of this lake in the petrified forest where the trees are standing still, and the water's so clear at that 50 foot depth that you can look up on your back at nighttime and see the stars in the sky. How freaking awesome would that be to dive down to that? But the problem is with Oregon is everything's like mountain-fed lakes from snowmelt, which is absolutely freezing water. I mean, talk about wanting to like just numb yourself up in an instant. Go, you want to shrink a ball sack? Go ahead and try to take a dip in one of those waters. Freezing cold. You can see perfectly through the water, but it's freezing. I think I've read somewhere before that the bacteria doesn't grow well in colder waters, and so that's why it's clear. Right. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's not like freezing, freezing. I get it, but like there is such a thing as comfortable temperatures for ocean water. And when you start getting down into the 64-degree temperatures, that's wetsuit. You're gonna be wearing a wetsuit and that stuff. Um, but yeah, okay, so I want to talk about what you said about sundial, right? SNDL. Um, let's check about that real quick here. I'm gonna pull it up real fast. Yeah, sundial growers. Yeah. It's this has been a. I mean, I think you've been around for a while. This has been the talk of distractions for a long, long time. Um, let's see, when did they start back here? 2019. But yeah, there's been distractions with this. I mean, just look at this chart. This is on a daily chart right here. So every single candlestick that you see is on the day. Um, I mean, it's hit or miss, right? You're gonna have some times where it looks like you're gonna maybe hit a spot or not hit a spot. It looks like they had some kind of spike up in February after the January squeeze. It looks like they had a squeeze shortly thereafter. But it's just I'll tell you what. This is the story that I was gonna tell you. Um, Man, they're doing work across the street. I can hear it through the headphones. Here's the story. There's phases that people go through when they first become investors in the market. Penny stocks is kind of one of those phases that you get into. Uh, it would probably be what I would consider to be like the second or maybe third phase of learning how to invest. I don't think that there's a lot of money to be made in penny stocks. I'm not saying you can't do well for yourself. I'm just simply trying to say that at some point you will come to the realization that penny stocks just it's it's more of a trying to get rich quick. I'm going to find the stock that's going to make me rich quick kind of thing. If that's how you're playing it, if you're playing the penny stocks like you're trying to find that one that's going to explode, then you're not going to, you're looking for your needle in the haystack. And it's going to be a phase for you. And then you'll have to transition beyond that phase. At some point, you'll probably have lost money, or maybe you'll have broken even. Maybe you've been slightly ahead even. But you'll get to a phase where you'll be like, this really isn't profiting me enough money, and I need to look for better investment options. And when you get to that phase, every time you hear somebody say penny stock from there on after, it's just going to go right over the top of your head, and you're just going to be like, I'm past that, man. I'm past penny stocks. Um, don't try to take that as an insult. We all have learning processes that we have to go through, and I think that if you're in that process, that phase of trading penny stocks, go through that phase. You have to experience it, but don't be putting money into it that you're not willing to lose. Number one rule, right? Because if you put more money into it that you can lose, then it becomes a hard learning lesson. Let it be a learning lesson, but don't let it be a hard learning lesson. Oh, I don't care one way or the other if you have money in it or not, man. It's your deal. You do you. I'm okay with it. Um, but I do think it's a distraction. But I think almost every other stock is a distraction right now. Um, one of my admins and buddies that I have involved in, that we're all in this together. Um, he has a tendency to kind of, he's actually a really smart investor, really, really, really smart guy. And he's trading in a lot of different stocks as well. But he's what I would say well diversified, very well diversified. And for me, it's difficult for me to be well diversified because I'm a very focused individual. I see things and I hunt them down and I take them, right? I'm not the kind of individual that likes to spread myself over a lot of different places. I'll give you an example. When Facebook opened up its IPO, how many years ago was that? I have no idea how many years ago it was, but when they opened up their IPO, I took everything that I had and I dumped it into Facebook. And I said, I know this is going to be a winner. It took 2 years. It took 2 years, but I was a winner after 2 years. I doubled my money. And if you look at it now, it's well beyond doubled. So I actually didn't hit the doubling beyond doubling, but it did happen. It took some time, and patience is something that you definitely have to have in the market. If you find the right ones and you know that they're going to be successful, you can invest into them, and eventually you'll be right. I think Warren Buffett said it best. Um, I don't even know what he said, but he said something having to do with patience is the winner. I'm not sure what the direct quote is, but I believe he's right. I think people who have patience in the stock market are definitely winners. The people who are trying to constantly trade between things to try and make edge up their money, unless they're really successful at it and they can prove to themselves that they've done it well over a long period of time, then if they're not that person, then they're probably going to struggle at it. You're curious about why it had so much volume, and here I am like going on and on. Let's look. We'll go back to it real quick here. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's more volume than any other day. I mean, the last 3 days have been pretty high volume prior to today. So if you're specifically talking about today, I'm not seeing anything abnormal volume-wise. I mean, that this day right here looks almost comparable to this day right here. The peak of this VWMA is 7.8. If we go back, like this peak right here is 13.6. This peak right here is 12.3. I'm not seeing high volume on Sundial. Volume in contrast to other stocks. I mean, they're trading about what they normally do in volume, though. I mean, at least over the last couple days, it's gone up since 4 days ago, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything weird. It's definitely gone up. I mean, I'll give you that. It's gone up over the last 4 days compared to where it's been for like maybe the last week or two, maybe even 3 weeks. So sure enough, it's looking like we've got that double top happening here. Let's go back down to the 5-minute. This is unfortunate because I would like to see us close. Hopefully what'll end up happening here is that we'll just consolidate at this point, and then try to test and move past this 37.85. It could happen. Yeah, man. Every time, I swear to you, every time I hear penny stocks, my mind just almost instantly switches off. It's just kind of like, I had bitter experiences with penny stocks, and so it's just kind of one of those things for me where, um, it just I don't even look at them. Slap the ask. I mean, yeah, now's the time to be slapping that ask for sure. If we're gonna push through, now would be the time. Let's check our inflow versus outflow. 380 to basically 360, so a 21-point spread, and yet we're up $1.40. We have more outflow than inflow. I wonder if that's because it's in our dark pools. What was the last time I read it off as? 64.23. Let's update that real fast and see if it's still the same. $64.36. So it's going up slightly. Look at that, guys. 27 million shares traded in the dark pools, when we've only traded 44 total. 44 total. That's insanity to me, guys. I don't understand that. I wish, if there was one thing I could ask a financial analyst to explain to me, I want to know, why is it that why do companies not want to see the share price go up on large volume trades? Hoagie, about that. Need the elk to weigh in. So the elk and I talked. The elk, I think, I don't want to give away too much. I think the elk would prefer that we come up with a list of questions to ask him, and that he respond through a list of questions. So not a live interview, but we can ask questions and get responses to those. So it'd be a different type of interview. I'm not going to say that that's 100% certain. I did send out a one last ditch attempt to try and sway him. I don't know that that's going to work. We'll see what happens. It's still in the works. We'll see what happens. So I'll tell you what I need from you guys, I guess in general. What I need from you guys is to submit questions to me that you have, like super technical questions that you want answers to that I may not be able to give. What are some questions that you'd like to see answered? Or if you want to look up this Reddit user, I'll go ahead and give out the name. It's appropriate_elk_3827. What I'll do is I will link the profile, and you guys can go over the DD that's in there, and then submit to me questions that I can ask to appropriate elk, because I do want to respect, anytime I'm interviewing somebody, I want to respect their privacy, and I don't know what the reasons are for potentially wanting to or not wanting to do an interview. But if they can't do it and but they still want to answer questions, I'm more than willing to go with that. So let me link you guys the profile so you can look the DD over, right? And then once you look the DD over, you can give me questions. There you go. That's the Reddit link to the account, the Reddit account. And what you guys can do is you're more than willing to, if you want to, go take a look at the DD that's there. If you have questions that you want to ask Appropriate Elk, I'll write them down and we'll submit them. You know, I'll give us. I probably won't be able to do an interview because I'm actually scheduling an interview for this Sunday. So I probably won't have a chance to if there is an interview, it wouldn't be for at least 2 weeks, due to the fact that I'm going on my trip next week. So we'll have 2 weeks to come up with some questions and submit them, but I will put them in there. And if you guys want to ask technical questions based on his DD, throw them in there. Let's ask questions. Let's get to know him. AP, one of the subscribers to this channel who has posted some trends that I completely agree with, that are incoming, has an interview with me for this Sunday. The actual name on the account, I will post that as well. In case, actually, I don't. Yeah, I'll go ahead and post this. I'm going to be calling him Park Air. This is Park Air's link to his Reddit account. You're more than welcome to go look at his information, although I don't think that you're going to find nearly as much DD there as I don't think, if I recall correctly, I don't think he's posted a whole lot. But there are some charts there that you'll see that are really, I agree with him. I think that I think he's on the right track, and I think that there is a repeating pattern that's happening right now, and I do think that it's going to start next week. So I'm really excited. I'm really, I'm a little bummed that I have to take my trip when I think that we might end up having a massive price increase, but it is what it is. I'm okay with it. It's fine. However, we are going to have an interview on Sunday. It'll probably be about an hour to an hour and a half. And I'll start advertising it more once we kind of work out the details completely. I'm supposed to be submitting some questions to Park Air today. I will probably be working on those after we get done with the market hours today and submitting those. I have not worked on them yet. But we'll talk to Park Air and find out who Park Air is and how he's come up with his information and it'll give us a good chance to see another ape's perspective on things. I think it'll be a good interview. I typically don't do interviews on the weekends, but I can. There you go. There's AP. I'm not slacking AP, man. My wife works nights, and I usually spend right after I get done with the show, I spend a little cool down time, and then she wakes up. I make dinner for her. We send her off to work, and then I literally last night I fell in front of the TV all night long. So yeah, it's not slacking. It's more just the best time for me to do work after the show is right after the show. And since we were talking about scheduling and all that kind of stuff, I think obviously that was later in the day, and I didn't obviously have a chance to do it then. So don't worry, you're gonna be getting your questions. I told you today, I'll pull through. You trust me. We are 45 million shares traded for the day today, and we are now an hour beyond the halfway mark. All right, that means that we're averaging 70 million shares, roughly. We're averaging 69.5 million shares for the day today traded, which is going to be well underneath what my expectations were of 80 to 100. So it's turned out to be just a super low volume day today, guys. Super low volume. I'd like to see it pick up towards the end of the day today. 364 to 387 on inflow versus outflow. So what I had drawn here, guys, was a double top. I drew this a little while ago. I think we were somewhere back in here. I didn't want to see us hitting this double top and bouncing off of it, because if we do, we're kind of looking at a double top situation where, or Margaret Thatcher, as I like to refer to it now as. If that happens, we're gonna bounce back down. If we complete this formation of this Margaret Thatcher, we could be on our way to a price decrease, possibly pushing outside of that channel, that 30-minute channel that I kind of drew up this morning. So yeah, if we do that double top and start breaking down and hit 36. We could be in trouble for that gamma squeeze. We really need to try and stay above 37, unfortunately. I hate being the bearer of bad news. Just want to mention the double top candles on the hourly. On the hourly double top candles. Where do you see that? Wait, just want to mention the double top candles on the hour. Oh, is that? I'm just now reading. Are you talking about what it was that I was talking about? Yeah, yeah. It's pretty obvious, this double top. I don't like that. I don't like that. What I'm seeing. But that's fine. On the 17th and today. Let me go back out. Oh yeah. I got a lot of junk in here. Double top at 38.80 basically. Is that what you're looking at? So you're looking for the double top to continue upwards? That's kind of odd, because usually double tops are, it's the inverse of a double bottom, which is a George W. So a double top typically is an indicator that it should be moving down. If it's in a W formation, right? Like if you're looking at a wedge formation, then I could see what you're talking about. Because what you could have, I see what you're saying. Okay, so I'll draw it out for you guys, because it might be a little confusing here. If you draw it out like this, I would have to extend way out. So this is a multi-day thing, right? So this is what he's saying right here. And you basically, my line's not really working. Yeah, well, you just use that 38.80 basically. And just get rid of this one. All right, you see the 38.80. So it comes across here, and then our bottoms here are kind of coming up. So we're kind of like, we're moving into this period, and if you notice, these two blue lines that I've got here is the ascending parallel channel. And so what he's saying is that we have a double top happening off the 38.80, and it's going to squeeze kind of down into this. And once it gets down, this triangle, that formation with the flat top on the top side, is a bullish indicator, which means is that this is going to consolidate right here, all the way up into maybe like I guess that would be Friday, and then possibly squeeze out Friday sometime. Either Friday or in the aftermarket hours of Friday is when you would probably see the squeeze and break out through. I'll keep that in mind. I'm gonna keep the lines that I have in there, but I do want to mention though that we are on an ascending parallel channel. So when you see an ascending, let me go back down to we're on this is made. Yeah, this is even bigger, right? This is out further than your 1 hour double top, right? So this is out on 30 minutes. On a 30-minute scale, or let's take it back to the hour like you had it. Um, you're seeing a much bigger pattern forming right here inside this ascending channel, and this is a bearish indicator. So your indicator is saying it's going to squeeze down right here and break out up. Well, that's still inside the channel, and that's fine. But as it goes up, at some point, it's going to have to hit a top and start to squeeze out of that channel and fall back down. It's just a matter of when. You look for it to continue higher. Okay, so yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I would definitely agree with that because I mean, basically what you're saying is we've got, it's a continuation, consolidation up to 3880, basically up this line, moving into a breakout above 3880 and continuing on up the channel. Yeah, I can see that. But on a short term, though, we just hit a double top. It looks like we're moving back down. I have to say, I think AP might have an edge on me on charting. He definitely caught that before I did. This is why I got you guys, right? This is awesome. This is what I love about this channel stuff, man. Like you guys are pointing stuff out to me. I like that. That's good. When they're off by, let me go back out again. Oh yeah, when it's off by just small amounts. Yeah. Yep, I agree. It's a hot mess. Hot mess I've drawn up. See, down on a 1 minute scale, though, it's showing us trading outside of that. See, this is one thing I don't like about Webull, and this is probably why you like trading. I forget which one it is that you said that you use, but when you do go down to like more lower intervals, like 1 minute intervals, your lines don't. If you drew the lines back out at higher intervals, they don't match up just right. So, as it stands right now, it's making it look like we're traveling outside of your wedge pattern that I drew. But I know that's not the case. It's just that I got to zoom out a little bit. I know, man. John, one of my admins, who's better at charting than I am. He tried to get me into it as well, and I think he's really good at his charting. It just doesn't flow as well for me. I tried working with it, and I just didn't like it. It doesn't. I like the flow of Webull. It's so much easier to manipulate and to kind of find your way around. And I'm not even advertising it. Like I think you guys should pick whatever it is that you want to pick for looking at stuff. Like if you find stuff if it looks easier for you to chart things or look at things on something else, go for that. Use it. Whatever works best for you. Um, because I mean, some people just see things differently, I guess. I'm getting these What are these notifications? Ugh. Reddit's been doing this weird thing for me lately where it gives me notifications for like these random subs that I've never been a part of whatsoever. And I'll be like, hey, trending in this sub. And the one that I'm getting right now is Rottweilers. I've never owned a Rottweiler. I've never thought about owning a Rottweiler. I don't care if you own a Rottweiler. It's just not, Rottweilers just aren't my thing. And it's like, why Rottweilers out of all the things I think I may have clicked on I may have clicked on the main page on a picture of a Rottweiler one time. I hope that's not what they're doing. I hope they're not like assuming that you like something because you clicked on a picture once. It's ridiculous. Stop trying to advertise. And if I wanted it as a sub, I would have put it in there. All right, sounds good, AP. Get back to work, you filthy ape. I'm waiting for this 130 to roll around. I want 130 to hit right now because I'm really looking forward to that end of the day beer. So I'm feeling like I need to rush the time somehow. how do we how how do we rush time? You know what? Screw it. I'm just getting a. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Is that too early to be drinking, guys? Okay, hit me up. Tell me, is it too early to drink at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? If you think it is, then I'm not gonna go get one. Otherwise, I'm gonna go crack one open right now. We are currently up one. It's a good luck cracking of beer. That's what we're gonna call it. But I'll still have one when I come back too. I hate that I really wish I had better internet and then that we didn't have to have like such a huge time gap and delay between answers because I'll ask you guys a question, then I gotta wait like almost a half a minute before I start getting responses, and I'm like, did I say something to offend people? They're like, everybody's like, yeah, go get a beer, and I'm like, oh, I didn't say anything wrong. This is where you guys all team up on me and you like decide to do like a prank and you just all leave like right at the same time and I just go like, "Oh God, what did I say? I offended people." I'm the kind of I'm the kind of gullible type of person who would fall for stupid stunts like that. We used to have talking about stunts. We had in the line of work that I work in, there's yellow lights. There's areas called photolithography, and in order to have to not expose the wafers to resist, that's light sensitive. They have to install yellow lights above, and essentially, I think it throws people off sometimes. Anyways, we had this new equipment guy that came in, and one of the tool sets there's a chase area where the front of the tool set that you see is just on the front side and you're when you're in a bay looking at it, but the whole big massive portion of the tool is in the back side, right? Like it's just behind a wall and you don't see that. You're just seeing the face of a basically computer screen in a place where you put the wafers to be processed. And this new maintenance guy had been hired, and there was a maintenance guy in the back who had control of the computer in the backside. Well, one of the new maintenance guys walked up to the front side, grabbed the light pin, and tried to start touching the screen. Well, it didn't operate because the guy had control in the back, and so he looks over and asks his trainer. He's like, "Hey, what's up, man? The light pin's not working here. I'm touching stuff." And he's like, "Oh, you got to hold it up. You got to charge it by holding it up and kind of clicking the button, pointing it at the lights." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And so the guy takes the light pin and he starts pointing it up at the lights and just starts clicking. He's like, yeah, give it like a minute. I'll be right back, and you should be good to go. And so he walks away, but he goes to the backside and he tells the other guy, "Hey Joe, flip the switch on the control. I just played a trick on the guy in the front. He thinks he's charging up the light pin." And so then he goes walking back in there and he's like, "Hey, you could probably check it now." And the guy's like, "Oh, hey, thanks, man." And so so, so he thinks that this light pin is charged through the light that's in there, and and so the guy goes down to another tool at some point. I don't remember at what point exactly, but he goes to some other tool and he's got the same problem. He's over there holding the pin up, and his trainer goes and grabs like a bunch of people. And he's like, "You got to come over and see this." And everybody goes over there, and they're looking at this. Everybody keeps walking by and looking at him. He's just standing there holding there. He's like, "This is not working." It's pretty bad. But yeah, it wasn't me, but I am one of those kind of gullible type of people who would fall for something like that. I don't know why, because I guess maybe sometimes I'm caught up in the moment and not thinking correctly. But yeah, work tricks. Some people can be super, super gullible. That guy's a really smart guy, by the way, too. The guy that had the trick played on him. I think sometimes you just get caught up in the moment. Maybe you're like a new hire and you're just you're unsure of your surroundings or the people you're with or whatever, and it's hard to take a joke because you're new. So it wasn't on him. You feel this, Velos? You feel it? What are you feeling? Are you feeling the cup and handle formation that's happening, or are you feeling the double top here off the 37.90? What is this price value? 37.85. I really want to see it break through here. I really don't want to see it fall back down again. We really need to see this break through this. It's really struggling with this. I'm not sure if it's 37.90 or if it's 38 that it's struggling with, but it looks like 37. Oh, we have 37.99's got 5,000 shares in the level 2 order book. So there's definitely a wall at 38. 3804 has 1,400. Man, the volume's just it's suffering though. We need to kick up the volume on this. Screw it. None of y'all responded. I'm getting a beer. Because nobody said no. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a beer real quick. Stupid FOMO buyer. There's no such thing as stupid FOMO buyers. No such thing. You know what I told? I didn't get my neoprene when I had to settle for this. I'm gonna call it a stupid Bud Light. I'm not drinking Bud Light. I'm drinking Thirsty Goat. But I had to grab this Bud Light koozie that's made of this like styrofoam kind of crap stuff. And whatever. I like my neoprene ones so much better. Yeah, that's a nice little cup and handle formation happening right now. It's a pretty short one though. We're looking like what, an hour, half-hour cup. That's pretty small. Man, look at the. Okay, I gotta get my face out of here real quick and show you something. Oh wait, I forgot I can just get rid of everything in one click, and I forgot about it. Look at the amount of well, they kind of disappeared a little bit, but there's still 3 of them there. There's a wall at $37.80, a wall at $37.99, and $38. So if if I would make an argument to say that they're definitely afraid of something right now. They have a really good line set up right now. It's a really good wall. It's just solid looking. Actually, some of them are hundreds. They're not that much. Yeah, they're still shorting it. They're still short ladder attacking it. You can see it. Zoom in on it. Watch for the single digits to pop up here. You'll see it. Give it a second. Maybe not. I might be wrong. They may have just given up because the price is rising back up. So typically speaking, and this is what I see the most. When I see it being shorted, I'll see single digits. I just did. I saw another one. Typically speaking, over here on the bid side, you'll see there it is, a single digit that'll show up like a 2, anything between 1 to 10 or something like that. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to attack the price down by dropping single share amounts. So like when you look at the difference between the bid and the ask, it's the spread. There's like maybe like a 1 or 2 cent spread. They can't really do it during that period of time, but if there's no bid order, say for example between 76 cents and maybe 80 cents, they put in a single bid at like halfway between the point and drop it down 1, and then they buy the share back. It's an illegal practice. It's supposed to be, I believe it's supposed to be an illegal practice. But you see it happening. You see these 1 or 8. There was an 8 right there. You'll see very single digit buying orders coming in, and I don't think that those are real people. That it always happens during ladder attacks. But the price is going up right now, and I'm still seeing it happen. But you definitely see it happen a lot when you see a ladder attack on the price. You have to watch it. If you ever have a chance, just sit down and watch the bid and ask. Just watch it tick. You can learn so much just from watching the bid and the ask. I sat down for a couple days straight long before I started this YouTube channel, and I would just sit there and I would watch the bid and the ask because it was so fascinating. I was trying to understand how the bid and the ask affected the share price. And so the buy order actually has to take place. The purchase has to take place in order for it to affect the price. So you have these bids on the downside, right? In order for if somebody just buys, like say somebody just buys the ask. You remember when you know how people always say slap the ask? Well, what they're saying is they're saying buy the ask price, because if you buy the ask price, whatever the last purchase is what becomes the stock price. Okay, so when you buy 37.63 is what it's at right now. When you buy that, that's what the price ends up becoming, unless somebody from the bid side, unless the bid side orders are filled. If those are filled, then it becomes that price. So it's whatever price was filled last. So this is why they put in those single shares that are over here on the bid side, because if that's the last order to go through, that's what the new price of the stock price becomes. Yeah, so they're still shorting it. Short ladder attacks. It's fascinating. It really is to me. To me, it's fascinating to sit there and watch the bid and the ask. I like seeing the relationships to the stock price, and just kind of like I like watching. You'll see like what I consider like fake walls. It'll say like 1,000 shares or something like that, and this, show up on the bid side, and it'll make it up to the top, and the instant that it gets hit, like it just disappears. Like they take away their bid order. Like it maybe 100 shares or something disappears off of it, and then it just disappears because it's not getting bought, because you can actually go to the time and sales. This is probably another thing really important to watch with it. If you watch the time and sales, you can see the time and sales stamps going with the bid and the ask. And so you can kind of see what's happening exactly. But you'll notice, um, see if you notice one particular thing in general that's different about the time and sales versus the order book. Tell me if you notice one. There's something that has to do with shares. Tell me if you notice the difference. You should notice it. It shouldn't take too long to pick it up. I'll leave it there so you can see. See if you can tell what is a big difference that you see between the time and sales. These are the actual sales that are going through versus what you're seeing on the bid and the ask side. You should see something really, really interesting. It has to do with shares. Watch the share amount. The share amount is on the right-hand column of the time and sales, and then watch the bids, share sizes. Watch those and see what you see as differences. And tell me what it is. If you can't see it, I can pull it up bigger, I think. Do you see it yet? Remember those ones, those single digit numbers that I kept talking about? Where do you see those in the time and sales? All right, well, I'll give you the answer. The answer is that when you look at the time and sales, they're in blocks of hundreds. Now, every once in a while, you'll see something it has to be more 100 or more. Like you're not going to see anything less than 100 show up over there on the time and sales. So those sales of one share, two shares, whatever, have to go into clumps, and you're not going to see anything less than 100 in the time and sales. They're doing it in blocks, and so these ones and twos that show up on there that they use to try and drop the price aren't actually showing up in the time and sales, and you'll see that. You can see that they're all done in blocks of hundreds. Not necessarily exactly 100. You'll see 825, 346, but it's always more than 100. So yeah, it's interesting. There's just some interesting relationships. Who said they felt it earlier? I feel it. Who said it? Somebody said it. I feel it. Velos. Velos Parisian. You felt it. Did you feel the double top? Is that what you felt? Or did you feel the big Margaret Thatcher? Yeah, the totals don't match. They really don't. This is why I primarily watch the bid and the ask. I'm looking because the order book shows you what they're placing in advance. They're trades that are seen. Um, their limits, their limit orders. So they're seen by the market versus like we're talking about before about buying the ask. These are all future orders. Somebody's placing these orders in advance, right? And sometimes those single digits will just pop up in there because that's how they try to drop the price. There's a huge spread between the bid and the ask, and to drop the price, you just put in a single share um, limit and get that share sold for that amount, and it drops the price. So it looks like our Margaret Thatcher pretty much formed, which is why we were having a price decrease. The true formation should have ended down here at the $36 mark. We're having a little bit of an uptick right now. We'll see if it just stair steps its way down. I would imagine that it probably will. I don't know why, but this beer is super tasty today. I think I said that yesterday. Beer's tasty. Let's look at our inflow versus our outflow. Okay, 389 to 417. So 26, 27, 28. Isn't that 28 points? Yeah, 28 points. 28 point spread. We are down inflow by 28 points, and yet we're up 20 cents on the day. Redonkulous. Let's refresh the dark pools real quick and see where those are at. 64. So it's slipped a little bit. It's at 64.29% now. I'll put it up there for you. Right there. Dark pools. Right next to my finger. It is 64.29%. Let me go ahead and refresh the options page, and we'll go ahead and record the volume. And of course I got to log in. Okay, give me a second. Fidelity. I'll get you. All right, here we go. So our heaviest level of volume. All right, that should be good. No, that's not quite good enough. There we go. It's actually switching, guys. Let me update Fidelity, or let me update Ortex real quick, and we'll take a look at it. Okay, so Ortex, gonna go ahead and record that one. They have sold, or they have borrowed, or returned, I should say, 1.26 million shares. But they did borrow some because we were at 1.55 earlier, and we are down now to 1.26. So they have borrowed some shares back, potentially for this movement in trying to attempt to get the share price down. What else do I want to update? Probably this one. Okay, institutional ownership is still the same. All right, let me look at what it is you guys are looking at. Current amount of volume, 17.85% estimated short share interest. The strike price of $40 is still the highest amount of volume for today for options at 38.8. That is up from 34. On the call side, or put side rather, 35 is still the highest level of volume, but a close runner-up is $37 strike price. But 35 is at 14.4. That is up from 12.8. And I want to show you guys this one more time because I think this is pretty big. Hold on a second here. Refreshing the stonk tracker. Again, touching on this, 101,000 options, call options in the money, 283,000, almost a 3-to-1 ratio on puts versus calls. Remember that. That's pretty amazing. I did have somebody mention to me on Reddit that they haven't seen anybody else talking about this. This is not leveraged. You have a little bit of a problem when you have your puts that are out the money by 283,000 options. Remember, this is times 100, right? So what is that? I can't do math, guys. It's too late in the day right now. My brain is trash. 283, 50600, 28.3. That should have been super easy to do. 28.3 million shares out the money. Those are puts. They have to cover those positions, or they're going to continue to stack more money out the money as the price increases. Usually, you would see something like this leveraged. You would see more in the money calls in order to leverage against that. But in order to do that, they would have to let the share price go up, and they can't really do that. So they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place right now. The rest of the market, we currently have 3,687 advancers to 2,936 decliners, with the NASDAQ just marginally up, Dow Jones at negative 0.25%, the S&P 500 down 0.22%, and software and IT services is doing the best right now. Banking's kind of a runner-up. This didn't make it down as far as I would have thought. It hit 37.16 and it kind of stopped right there and started moving back up. The Fibonacci that I have set up here says 37 bucks, but I have this set up for. I thought we were going to kind of stay in the range of 38 and above, and so I drew Fibonacci's that were kind of looking for a future that was going to be going higher. So, and I'm going to keep them because I do think that our futures are looking good. So unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of Fibonacci's that show levels of support and resist right now at this level. And if I drew some more, it would just get like super, super busy. Max pain is 35. I wouldn't be surprised if the short attack's goal is to bring it to 35. I was actually thinking lower. Yep, 38.13, Hoagie, you sure did. And the Vamus memorandum predicted 39.62. I'm watching. Trust me, I'm watching. And you know what? I'm glad that I've got people here who are watching who aren't offended to the fact that we're doing daily price predictions. Because I'll tell you what, one of the things that has frustrated me the most on Reddit lately is the idea that you can't have a price prediction. You know, so many people are saying no price prediction, no price prediction. It's like, why not? Why can't I have a little bit of hope? You know, let me have a little bit of fun. Let me just kind of think about things and sharpen my mind, try to look at technical analysis and come up with a number. It may be wrong, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to sell. And so, you know, I think in my head, I'm thinking the people who are saying no price predictions are weak in the mind. They don't want to see things that encourage them because it gives them false hope, and then they fail. If I get my price prediction wrong for the day, I get my price prediction wrong for the day. It's not the end of the world. I'm okay with it. One way or the other, if it's too low, too high, it doesn't matter. It's just to sharpen my mind. Vamos, you're sticking to your prediction. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. Both of y'all would be up for a tally mark today if you had tally marks because you do get a $3 margin of error on my price prediction tallies, and so you guys are definitely within your $3 limit of margin of error. What did we do? Did you guys realize? I'm just going to throw an interesting fact out. Did you realize that our volume on Monday and Tuesday was exactly almost to 100% exactly the same amount of volume traded? It was off by, you know, little less than 200,000 shares. What does that? How does that make you feel? How does that make you? What do you think when you see that we're hitting volumes day after day that are almost identical? I think that's weird. I think it's very strange. Yeah, no tinfoil hats. I just, I just think that that volume so close to each other day after day is just kind of an oddity. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Just weird. All right, guys. I hate to say it, but it's my break time. I'm going to take a 40-minute break. I will be back at 2:10 for the last 50 minutes of the trading day. And I'm going to go put another beer on ice so that my next one's like close to freezing. And we'll finish out this day. And I'm hoping that we finish this day out really strong. It's looking good right now. I mean, we bounced off this double top. We had a double top from here to here. We went down and came back up and hit it a third time. We're really kind of pushing. If you start to connect these and move them out, we're really kind of starting to form a little bit of of kind of like a bullish triangle like this. I try to leave every single break with you guys giving you some kind of like technical analysis. Of course, these lines are a little bit too small. So I'm going to put a little bit more like that. There we go. And this is a bullish indicator. I always draw them out about 15 minutes before. Probably see a breakout somewhere in here. That's my guesstimate. We'll see if I'm wrong or right when I come back. Look at the sell walls showing up over here. I'll take my ugly picture off real quick here so you guys can see a little bit better maybe. 37.72, 37.75, 37.85. They don't want this going up. They're trying to resist it. So, coolness. Ignore some of these other lines. This one right here is the ascending parallel channel that we've had over a couple days now. This one right here is a triangle that was formed by something AP had mentioned earlier, which, we'll just ignore those for right now. But just look at this box right here. Hopefully we're going to consolidate coming into this box and break out upwards. That's giving me hope. It's giving me hope that the Vamoose has the correct idea on price for the day today. If we start shooting up a whole bunch, especially Hoagie. What'd you get, Hoagie? You had, what was it again? 38.13. I do think today could be a fight for 38. Absolutely. It could happen. Wait, you really had 38.13? Wow, that's so close to that Fibonacci. All right, I gotta go to break. I feel like sometimes I could just sit here forever and talk to you guys. But anyways, I'm out of here. I'll be back in a little bit. 2:10 my time. It's about 35 minutes from now. See you guys in a bit. Did you guys survive? Looks like we broke out down. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Alrighty. Let me go through and refresh some of my screens here real quick. Do a little technical analysis, kind of leading into the end of the day. I'm really surprised by volume. It's kind of shocking, actually. Okay, I think I'm done refreshing. Let's take a look at the end of the day here. We've got 64.38% of the shares traded. We'll go ahead and get rid of this because this obviously did not hold up. And of course, you know, a lot of times what I think ends up happening is there is a lot of hedge fund resistance to upward movement, kind of in what I would call our power hour, which is the last hour of the day. They really do try to knock the price back down a little bit. The last 15 minutes, I'd say, are what I would typically call our minutes. The total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today is negative 1.26. That has not changed at all. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 17.85%. We are indeed dropping underneath $37 as I speak. Short shares, let's see here. On options at a $40 strike price, we are at 41.7. 41.7 thousand options, and on the put side, the highest level of volume is $35. It almost moved up to 37 as far as volume goes. The 37 is 13.5. 35 is at 14.8, which is up from 14.4, so ever so slightly. It's looking more and more like it's going to be a fight for 37 for the end of the day today. Which is ironic because that happens to be my low value for the day today. As it stands, I believe that the only people who are in contentions at this moment with being under 37 are going to be Adam and Eric. The only way I get a tally point today is if we close above 37. So we'll see if we hold at 37. Hey, John. Where is everybody? Sorry, I was a little bit late coming back, and, you know, it happens. It's really odd. The live chat is showing me a time of 12:45. I'm just going to type in a test here because I'm curious about. so weird. It's showing 125 as the time. Do I have a wrong? I wonder if I have a wrong time setting for my stream. That's odd. It's really odd. I've never really noticed that the timestamps are off. At least according to where I'm at. Where I'm at, it's 225. So that's got to be. I don't know what that is. That's got to be like Arizona time or something. I wonder if there's a setting I need to go into. Good test. All right, I'm gonna crack open this beer. This is hopefully good luck to us. Cracking it open. This keychain beer opener does not work very well. There we go. All right, guys, it's beer 30. Beer 30 and story time. Tell me a story. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear stories. First person to tell a story tells a story. Vamos, you may be the only one. Everybody probably came back when I said I was going to be back, and they're like, oh, he's not here. What's the deal? They all took off. I was 10 minutes late. I apologize. All right, looks like there's 3,436 advancers to 3,219 decliners. The NASDAQ is at, it's down, so it's real close. It's real close to breaking even for the market right now. However, the NASDAQ is down negative 0.14, Dow Jones down negative 0.48, and the S&P 500 down negative 0.46. And we are struggling to maintain the 37. I was saying earlier I thought that today would be a struggle for either 37 or 38. It looks like 37 is going to be it. I'm going to come back to this real quick. I wanted to see 30-point spread between inflow versus outflow. I'm the worst at telling stories. I'm a live and in the moment storyteller. I hear you, man. I hear you. You're a campfire kind of guy. Campfire storyteller. Well, this is going to be interesting to see. This is turning out to be a fight for 37 for today. So really it is turning out to be quite a sideways type day today. I believe, going back to our tally marks, the only person who was up was Duncan for the day today. So he's actually going to miss out on a tally point for today. Let's see if there's some kind of conclusion we can make from what's happening right now. I mean, we did get that double top that I really didn't want to see. That was right through here. So we hit the first top over here and then the second top, which, we're kind of completing that formation of a Margaret Thatcher. It's pretty massive. Double top that touched twice on the second time. I can tell you, Vivamus Memorandum East mean, let us live since we must die. Seize the moment, carpe diem, right? Like it's kind of along those lines. It's another way of saying carpe diem. I like it. Excuse me a second. I think I have like a natural allergy to the wheat in beer. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but a green tea today, even if it's 1 cent over, that'd be 37.33. It would be nice, but it's right now as it is, it's shaping up to be a $37 fight for today, and they're definitely pushing down. I do want to note that we are getting dangerously close to the bottom end of this. Okay, no, never mind. I take that back. This is the wedge. We're getting dangerously close to the bottom of the wedge that I drew earlier. That AP and I were talking about. He was talking about a double top over 2 days. We had a top here and a top here at 38.80, and so we drew the wedge up from where we're at all the way up to here, creating a triangular pattern. I know it's a mess in here to see, but there is a triangular pattern. So we're getting dangerously close to the bottom of his triangular pattern. Whether or not we break through or not, we shall see. But if there was a point at where we should probably bounce off of, you'd probably see it hit this blue line and start bouncing back up, if not sooner. Also, I'm going to pull up the Bollinger. I'd like to see a green day. Yeah, I really like that. Let us live since we must die. It's pretty cool. This is the Bollinger trend and or indicator, and you're supposed to trade within the cloud, which is the upper and the lower. This is the exponential moving average in the middle. There is a little bit of some outliers that are outside of the cloud right here, but we're currently trading within the cloud. I mean, like everybody says carpe diem, right? But no, man, you picked a cool one. I like that. Thinking outside the box, that's cool, man. My wife would definitely agree with that saying. She is a spirit of living in the moment. So this looks like a typical. I always put this off to the side. I apologize. It's just a natural tendency for me to want to see a clean page to the right. So I'll put it in the middle. But this looks like a classic ladder attack here. Just watching. There you go. Look at the price. Look at the level level 2 order book over here on the right hand side, and you'll see those single digits popping up on there. So they are ladder attacking this down. There's a 1. Yeah, volume just dried up on us. I was predicting way more volume. Let's track it. Let's pull it up. Shares available to borrow 1.1 million. We know that's more. There's more than that. On the ETF side, there's 3.3, and I'll tell you here how I know that there's more than 1 million. I'll show you in just a second. And they specify that this is not 100% accurate. It's if you go in there and you click on the more info, it tells you a little bit about how they get these numbers. But in the money versus out the money calls. This is so big right here. 85.6 thousand calls in the money versus 277,000 out of the money puts. Ridiculous. Wow. So not leveraged. This is totally not leveraged at all. Wow. That's the stonk tracker for you. You know what's interesting Now that you mentioned that you were from, I believe I remember you saying that you were from Spain. I'll tell you something interesting. I believe, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that the person who owns the Stonko Tracker page is is also from Spain as well. I'm not 100% certain on that. I do remember I had to contact them. I don't know if you know this or not. Um, I contacted the Stonko Tracker after having the True Demon interview and asked them to add the short exempt volume column in here, and they graciously did that. It was really awesome. It was really cool that they put that in there, and they did. They put the short exempt volume in, and that's where I get it now from. So I don't have to do the dirty work of digging it up. They automatically put it up there for me every morning. I love it. It's beautiful. That's what I love about the ape community. We're all out trying to help each other. Oh, right. That's right. Well, didn't you say you were Australian? Somebody said they were from Australia. I can't remember. I'm so bad about this. Oh, it's Polak. John Polak said they were from Spain. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm mixing you up with John Polak. John Polak said he was from Spain earlier today, or he's in Spain, but he's originally from Australia. But you're in California. Interestingly enough, um, I'll tell you what. Me and my son are headed to California. We're headed to California next week. So when you see the show next week, starting next week on the 24th, there's going to be a little bit more a different format. I'm going to do some live feeds on the road, um, and I'll have to cover. So you won't actually be able to get the data. It's not going to look like it does currently. With well, maybe I could take a laptop or something and maybe do it that way. Um, I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. But you won't have like these. I don't have OBS obviously on my iPhone. I don't know if I can get it on my iPad. I'll have to check into it, and if I can, I'll have to see if I can model OBS, which is a software that I use for streaming um, on the iPad. If I can't, the only other way I can think of doing it is by taking a laptop with me and streaming through the laptop. I will have to actually just read the information off to you instead of actually having it. But I'll be traveling for about a week. So you'll have to bear with me for that week while I travel. But I will do 15, 20-minute videos several times a day to kind of give updates as to where we're at with the stock, and then kind of give you guys some back scenery to where I'm traveling to. That's cool. Well, I'm glad you'll live with it, Vivamus. That's awesome. Thank you. All right, we're moving back on up. We're about ready to break 37. Heading back in there. The last 15 minutes of the day really is the apes 15 minutes. I know they say the power hours is the last hour, but honestly, in general terms, most of the time it's the last 15 minutes that are our time. Sometimes it's last 20, but typically speaking, it's the last 15. Today, it's looking like it's the last 25 minutes if it continues on like this. Volume is really low, super low. 54.84 million. It's been a while. Let's see, how long has it been since we've had a 50? Well, okay, it hasn't been that long. August 13th was the last time we had a 50 million. It was 57.8 million. That day we finished up 33.47. So we're closing higher than that. The time before that, it was August 6th that we had a 50 million day, and then we were having quite a few before that, like July 29th, 30th, and August 2nd were all 50 million volume days. I was mentioning to somebody before that low volume days doesn't necessarily equate to down days, but more often than not, they lead to down days. So, It is what it is. Let's hope for pushing past, even if it's just 1 penny, like you said. 37.33. That's right. Here we go. Let's go for it. I'll tell you what, though. If we start the push too early, if the push starts too early, sometimes it fades out. So that's why I really do like to see the last 15 minutes be this uptick. So it does seem we started a little bit earlier than that, so it might struggle a little bit along the way. But I'll tell you what, I'm now in the money for a tally mark for the day today because we're above 37, so that's good. I'm really curious what tomorrow's going to look like. I really don't know what to expect. I started out this week talking about there being an incoming price reduction, or what I consider a synthetic price failure. Typically, those are in the range of 20% drops. From our last high, a 20% drop would have been like 31 bucks because our last high was 38.77. So far, the lowest we've been today since that 38.77, I believe, was the 36.62. No, there was a 36.50. Yeah, back here, 36.50 earlier today at the beginning of the morning, which is a 5.9% drop. That's not a synthetic price failure. Synthetic price failures have to get down to 20%. So we're still kind of in that phase of, tracking to where we could have further up movement. It's just kind of some consolidation currently. Gosh, man, I'll tell you what, Vavamus, 37.33 would be amazing. If we just hit that like right on the head, holy crap, that would be so cool. Look at the Bollinger. We're getting awfully close to exceeding what the Bollinger is saying that we should be able to hit for price. Based on standard deviations from the exponential moving average. I'm going to go ahead and keep the Bollinger up there just because I like to see that. If we start to hit this gray upper line, white, gray, whatever color that is, if we start to exceed that, expect to start seeing a pushback in the other direction. Wow. I think I just heard thunder. Either that, it's a plane. That sounds like a plane. Yeah, no rain in the forecast here. What part of California in? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you guys. I'm so sorry. You guys are still on the Ortex screen. What part of California are you in? Northern, southern? Southern. South of Los Angeles? It's not much. That narrows it down pretty low, doesn't it? Oh, I guess it is wide. The best part. It's SoCal. I graduated from Grossmont High School. It's in La Mesa, California. That's what I guess I would consider hometown for me. Class of class of 1994. All right, they're really pushing it back down here. We are indeed in the last 15 minutes. So this is what I was talking about, the dangerous part about the push just before, starting before the last 15 minutes. It's almost like it's too early sometimes. So we'll see what ends up happening here. That's actually my final destination. I'm going to be flying back to my home from Los Angeles. Redlands, California, but I'm based out of LA now. Yeah, that's where I'm flying out of. I'll be flying out of Los Angeles back to Texas at the end of my trip. So I'm going to be driving from Texas all the way to California with me and my son, and I'm going to be dropping him off with his grandmother, my mom, and she'll be taking him the rest of the route. Yeah, we're in the octagon, man. This is the fight. The last 15 minutes, this is the fight right now. I'm okay with not getting my tally point for the day today, but if I don't get my tally point, there sure as hell better be a pretty good push to fight this back um, as hard as I can here, or at least keep it from hitting past this blue line here. This blue line intersects the closing end of the day at 36.80, so let's try to stay above that blue line at the very least. Yeah, we're trading right around where the exponential moving average is. Redlands is cool. I went to college with a guy from Redlands, Northern California, right? I'm pretty sure that's not Northern California. It's up past San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have to look it up now. I have to remember. Maybe I might be wrong here. Let's see. Oh no, Redlands. It's east of Los Angeles. Where was it he was from? I swore he was from someplace up in. I thought Redlands was. He always said it was. Oh, Redding. Redding is where he was from, not Redlands. He was in Redding. Ah, my bad. I got him confused. It's been a long time since I've lived in California. Many, many, many years ago. Yeah, he was from Redding. I got Redding and Redlands confused. That's the ADD part of me, Like, if it sounds close, the brain just says, oh, it's the same. Anyone share their post-MOAS goals? We have not had anybody share their post-MOAS goals. When I interviewed True Demon, I think that was something that I might have I might have asked him. I don't remember if that was a question, but it is a good question. And for the future interviews, I'm going to be asking that for sure. It's a good kind of question to ask people what they do, what they want to do, what they want to accomplish. There is, you know, a lot of people haven't really thought about it. Honestly, I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people say they want to travel, um, which is cool. But I think there's more to that, right? I think that might be what a lot of people start off with is doing some traveling that they've never done before. I know specifically of one person that I know of who wants to tell their boss off. Um, so there's there's a lot of short-term goals in there. But long term, I think that there's probably a lot more potential in what apes have to accomplish, because I think that there's actually quite a few people out there who have things that they want to achieve that they've never really had the money to be able to achieve those kind of things. And it's gonna. I think there's gonna be some fun things to see with apes. I actually have a Reddit sub. I have a subreddit that's set up specifically for that, for people to go in there and talk about. I don't want to advertise it yet because it's supposed to be. I'm saving it for post MOAS, but it's going to be dedicated to apes who want to talk about what it is that they're doing afterwards. So we'll get to that later. Um, I'm sure there's lots and lots of ideas. I'm sure there's people who want to start up businesses. I'm sure there's people who want to donate to charity. I know one of the things, I'm growing out this beard. This is the first time I've ever grown out a beard. Might be the longest I've ever had it. It's definitely a close tie. There's going to be a correction here in price, guys. It's dropping down below this standard deviation here. There, this is unnatural movement. So I'm growing out this beard, and I was looking at myself in the mirror the other day, getting ready, and I kind of thought to myself, my grandpa used to play Santa Claus, um, and I really, um, I'm starting to fit that bill. I'm getting older, the gray's starting to fill in, and I thought it would be so much fun to play Santa Claus at, like, a children's hospital or something like that. Something touching. Something that starts making you tear up. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there who have a lot of ideas on what they want to do in the future, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited about talking to people about what those ideas are. That's something I want to be touching on for sure in the future here. I want to talk to people and find out what their plans. All right, we're down to the final 8 minutes. We got a heck of a push to get back up there. $37. Come on, guys, we can do this. We did drop below that blue line. I'd like to see it try to finish at least above the blue line. I'll skip out on my tally mark, but let's get it above 36.80. We got this. If not, actually, Eric's running the risk of missing out on a tally point as well. It is getting ready about drop below Eric's price tally point there. If I switch back to the stats page really quickly, you'll see John, Eric, myself, and Duncan at the top left-hand corner. Those are our tally points for the week this week. Eric won last week. He's actually got the biggest win streak out of all of us. Eric is extremely good at picking out the prices. Wow. Coin wants to buy land and a house and raise goats for milk. Is goat milk? Is there a lot of pressure for goat's milk? I guess is there a lot of industry need for goat's milk? Is that highly desirable right now? What's the deal on goat's milk versus like cow's milk? You'll have to tell me about that because I don't know about this. Or is goat's milk like just your thing? Is like nobody else drinks goat milks, just you, and this is just a goal for you. Cows eat more. You need more land. Are you sure they eat more? Are you sure cows eat more than goats? I don't know. Don't they consider goats as like lawnmowers? Lawnmowers of the farmland? Goat cheese is delicious. All right, guys, we're getting real close here to the end. Got just a couple more minutes. volume did pick up. It's almost hitting 200,000 in some of these minutes here. I see. Huh. Look at that. Story time. Coin pulling through with story time. I had no idea goat's milk could be used in soap. This sounds like a Fight Club kind of thing. Are we starting a Fight Club here? What's going on? Let me guess. Nobody talks about the Fight Club. All right. Well, it was a little bit of a lackluster push at the end here today, but that's all right. We still have tomorrow. We got the next day. We got every single day ahead of us that we have. Yeah, we do need some boom boom candles to kick in here. I'm going to refresh real quick on the screen to see what our inflow versus outflow is. 454 to 488. I'm really surprised that we're only having a negative 58-cent day so far today with that kind of difference in flow. 34 a point spread between the inflow and outflow, and we're only down 63 cents. I think the dark pools being as high as they were, you know, that, what were we at here? 64.38%. You know, we'll see what it ends up being at the end of the day tomorrow when we come back and look at it on Stonk Tracker. But yeah, closing out the day. All right, guys, we're real close to the end. I'm gonna start up the outro. I almost said intro. We're gonna start up the outro and just kind of enjoy this together and meet back for tomorrow. Hopefully we have a much better day tomorrow. So I will see you guys then. Take care. Eat, drink, be merry, spend time with the family. Take care.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
stress on the shuttles and brakes through the sound barrier. Discovery already at 1.5 miles in altitude, 1.5 miles downrange, traveling over 740 miles an hour. It's looking good on the road. 7 seconds into the flight. Well done. Standing by for an internal and call feedback plans. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at Atlanta.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.